Alright, welcome to the Battle of Zwickau, at least the northern third of that battle, where General Clenau is launching an attack. Has been asked to be a probing attack by the community on our polls we had over last week against Marshal MacDonald's farther northern flank of the French line. So here we go. Let's be using General d'Armée 2. We'll start right off. If you haven't watched the pre-video, go ahead and check that out. I'll try to put a link in the description. I should be able to do that. And it describes all the terrain, all the units, all of the commanders' skills. We roll up all that stuff, all the GDA stuff except for the fog of war and the scouting process of GDA2. Since we already have the scouting process built into our campaign, we're not doing that. But this is the first battle in our 1813 community campaign. I'm glad you're here. Let's strap yourself in, grab some minis. This should be a long one. It's a corps level battle, and we're going to start off with corps orders. Since Clenau is attacking, we'll let him roll first. Now, when I did roll up General Clenau's skills, he is a pedestrian corps commander, so if he uses a die, he can't get it back until after he does nothing for a turn. So, of the 4 quarters, that's his restriction, which is the kind of the handicap you get for being a pedestrian. Marshal MacDonald is an experienced commander. He does not have to worry about that. As we wander to the other side of the table, just to give you a quick glimpse, in case you didn't watch the pre-video, of the Austrian lines. Just so you know, I do not have that many Austrian battalions. There are Russians and Prussians, look a little bit different, but they are proxying in for Austrians just so I can have all, I think it's 23 or 25,000 troops out here. So here we go. General Clenau, or he's a field marshal, I'm not sure which one he is. He gets the red and the black die. He'll sit on it for a minute, and we'll see if he's going to use either one of those as the game, turn progresses. It is 9 a.m. Each turn in GDA is 30 minutes. Marshal MacDonald looks almost like Emperor Napoleon, but just using his figure to be the corps commander, because why not? He is the boss. The other corps commanders for the French are, the other divisional commanders for the French are General Lejoux, General Girard, and General Charpentier, which will be played by Marshal Ney's model, Marshal Davout, and Marshal Soult. The Austrians are divisional commanders are General Moore, General Hohenlohe, and General Mayer, and they're being proxied by Prussian divisional corps level commanders of Gneisenau, I think Boulot, and I can't remember the other one. Perch. Here we go. Alright, now that's all cleared up. We'll know who's who. MacDonald ends up getting the blue and the white die. Alright. We'll see what that does later on. The Austrians are the guests at Zwickau. We'll start on their far left. Alright, we'll start over here on the Austrian left with the divisional commander General Hohenlohe. He's the lowest ranking divisional commander at the commissariat. He does have 4 ADCs and 1 CNC command plus the 2 caissons, and he's going to roll his 4 ADCs because he has his brigades under his command. He's going to end up with 3 ADCs. Next up is General, is it Hohenlohe in the center? No, it's General Mayer in the center. He's going to have 5 ADCs to roll. He also ends up with 3 ADCs, and then we'll finish up on the right flank down here. General Moore ends up with 4 ADCs. Let's see how he rolls. He does well with that double 6, ends up with 4 ADCs, and we'll flip over to the French. All 3 French divisions have a bold brigadier, so that's kind of nice. Like almost like getting an extra ADC. We'll start over in the hills over here with General Ledru. He is incomparable. He's got his A game going. His A game's not so good as he rolls every one on the planet. Only ends up with 2 ADCs. General Charpentier's in the center of the French line. He'll roll his 4 ADCs. He also ends up with 2. And then the final guy is Charpentier out here on the far left. Down with the stronghold in the built up area. He has 4 ADCs. Seems to be a theme for the French to roll 2 ADCs for all 3 divisional commanders. Alright. We'll assign these ADCs and then roll for brigade for each division. See what everybody's doing. Right off the bat, Clenau is going to give his red ADC out, or his red die, which makes an extra ADC. He'll do it to his far left. I'll just keep that red dice to remind me that can't be used until he does nothing for a turn. With that, General Mayer goes up to 4 ADCs over here on the far left. I was struggling with that die for a minute. Couldn't find the 4. 16th Division turns around and uses their 4 ADCs to do artillery assault on their 1st and 2nd artillery batteries with the 1st and 2nd brigades respectively. And that uses all their ADCs. No rerolls. 17th, under General Mayer, they just use an artillery assault and a reroll on their 1 gun for the division, their 1 battery, and they're right there in the center. General Moore on Marshal Clenau's right will also do the same thing as Hohenlohe. He'll put artillery assault on both of his batteries that are in 2 different brigades, and they can't afford a reroll. They only had 4 ADCs. Alright, we'll go ahead and roll each division to see how it goes. Start off with Hohenlohe. He's got, sorry about that, he's got 3 brigades in his division. Here we go. The 1st division of the 16th Division goes hesitant. It's these gentlemen here across the front. They'll lose this battery to the left. He'll go hesitant, can only fire to effective range. Alright, for General Mayer, his 2nd Brigade has a reroll with their artillery assault, so we'll get that extra die in there. And he has 4 brigades. Everything is active for General Mayer in the center. His artillery assault will go off without a hitch. Yes, alright baby. And then we'll slide on over here to our boy General Moore, who's doing the same thing Hohenlohe tried. 3 brigades, 2 of which have artillery assault with no reroll. And everything is active for Moore down there. All of his guns will be blazing away. So they did get off 4 artillery assaults on 4 different batteries. So that hopefully will have an impact on the French lines. And now we'll flip over, speaking of the French, and roll for their brigades and see how active they are. Alright, for 47th Division, Ledru, his boys, he's got Henin, Senecal, and Montbrun. Henin, he's bold. These guns are under his command. So he'll get a reroll for that automatically because they only give him 1 ADC. The rest of the guys are kind of going as they, best they can. Everything's active, and those guns will be firing at artillery assault for the 47th Division. We'll slide over to the 49th Division in the center under Charpentier. See what his guys are going to do. He's going to use the same tactic used by the 47th Division. Munier is bold. He has one of the batteries is under his command, so he will put that bold brigadier on that. He'll put an artillery assault on that gun there, or those guns there, I should say. Each gun model stands for 8 cannons, and everyone else will just kind of roll, see what happens. Malrouillère behind the ridge line, he goes hesitant. Doesn't really need to do much right now. So he's going to hang out back there. Everything else is kicking. Cavalry's even ready to go, but they're sitting there waiting behind the hill. And up front, Munier, the bold brigadier, pulls it off. Good job, buddy. We'll fly out to the who's left? Ah! Oh yeah, it's Girard on the far left. Not having the markers on the ground is a little bit of an adjustment for me, or on the table, but it probably looks prettier, so we're sticking with it. Those are Zushi's guns, the Italians, so they'll put an artillery assault on that because he's a bold brigadier. The other two brigade commanders are just going to roll. Everything is active for the, oh gosh, what is it? Sorry about that. The 49th, no, it's the, yeah, it's 48th Division, sorry, and there's Girard. Girard is hiding out here. I think he was in one of the buildings. I can't find him, he's hiding somewhere. Oh, there he is by his, he's up here on the hill playing Marshal Ney. Can really lead the charge in the wrong direction. Good job, buddy. So they're everything's active. Their artillery assault to go off for the 2nd Brigade of the 48th. And boom, there we go. So initiative, everyone will be rolling the same, just 2d6 because no one has two hesitant brigades in the same division. With nothing else really, no point using the spy already, and we don't need sappers or caisson deployed yet. So MacDonald will ride the line and remove the hesitant from right here. General Hohenlohe will take advantage of battle orders since they are attacking and remove his one hesitant on his other gun over here. He won't get his artillery assault back, but he can fire at a long range. Accidentally rolled too many dice there, so we'll do that again. I rolled 3 white dice. The French win initiative. Marshal MacDonald is thrilled. He will, his guns will be shooting before the Austrians. And boom. All right, let's get it going. There are no charges. So we'll go right into movement. French stayed mostly static. They moved, General Girard moved to some of his skirmishers into the trees up here on the French left. Everyone stayed still down here at this end. These skirmishers moved forward from Charpentier's division, the 49th. These guys are still holding in reserve back here. And then finally over here with General Legroux's division, the 47th. Sent some skirmishers into the edge of the woods here. And then the skirmishers from Hanin's brigade have moved into the woods there ahead of it anyway. Holding back his light infantry over here that might go into skirmish order and go into those trees at some point. That is the French movement. Austrians have sent their skirmishers forward and have also on the far right have advanced one of their columns heading towards the built-up area. It's actually a stronghold that the French have turned this village into. Moving towards that. This is the northern end of the battlefield. The rest of the battle is happening down at that end. So Marshal Clenau is less, right now is less like, he doesn't want to move forward too far on the left. Plus he's got orders to kind of just do a probing attack from General Schwarzenberg. So he does not want to compromise his lines to the south and maintain contact with General Zulay and General Meveld, and as they attack the French center down there. Alright, with movement done, there is no tactical movement. We're getting to skirmish fire, so the cotton balls are about to make an appearance. I'll probably do the cannonballs while I'm here. Alright, looking from the we're on the southeast side of the battlefield. Shooting is kicking off across the battlefield as skirmishers and artillery open up on each other. The Austrians have moved down to the woods. The Prussians are in there down here at the south end to meet them. There's going to be some shooting there. Of course, these cannons are going to blast away at each other. Big time skirmish confrontation out here in the center. More guns down there, and then in the far woods on the north side of the battlefield. More engagement in the woods over there as the Austrians march forward towards the French strategic village. There's a pan on that shooting in the woods as the Austrians and the French go at it in there. See this column advancing
towards the stronghold, and then just all the way down the valley, Austrian skirmishers rushing forward to meet French skirmishers, and then guns just opening up on both sides. Alright, we'll start off with skirmish shooting, and then we'll French go first. Then we'll get into the guns. Alright, Freycinet's, I hope I'm saying that right, I'm probably not. His skirmishers in the woods, they have 4 bases. They're firing at Austrians in the woods. They would get one more technically because they go up to 5 shots. They drop it down to 4 because of the woods. They score 1 hit on those skirmishers over there. We'll pan to the right. We get another French skirmish base here. Skirmish line. 4 bases firing 5 shots. They're confronted by 2 different brigade skirmish lines, so they're outgunned out there. Meunier skirmishers put 1 hit on one of those bases out there. I'll go ahead and mark that casualty. Then over here on the 47th Division, the French have an advantage here with 2 skirmish bases, or 2 skirmish screens against 1. Start off with Senecal's skirmish screen. He has 4 shots, but he's in the woods. Would be go up to 5, but it stays at 4 against the Austrians over there. They put 1 casualty on those Jaegers, and now the light skirmishers who will have 5 shots. 5 bases would have 6 shots, but go down to 5 again because of the trees firing at the same guys. They completely miss. Alright, so now Hohenlohe's 16th Division skirmish screen will fire 4 shots into the light infantry skirmishers. Oh no, no effect at all. Alright, we'll go down here to the wild guys out in the middle of the field. This is General Mayer's boys. The first screen will fire 5 shots at the French voltigeurs. They do 2 casualties on them. The other Austrian skirmishers, they'll fire at them as well with 5 shots. No effect there. Now we'll roll down into these woods at the far, northern end of the battlefield. They'll get 4 shots in these trees against the Frenchmen. No effect down there. Alright, that ends skirmish firing. Go over to artillery. We'll start off with General Girard's battery attached to Freycinet's brigade. No, that's Zucchi's. My fault. It's Zucchi time. Zucchi's going to fire straight ahead into those boys. It's artillery assault, 2 extra CDs, plus bounce through into one of the battalions behind them. Puts 2 casualties onto General Splenier's 1st battalion of infantry there. Bounce through is not successful. They kind of lucked out there, not getting more incinerated. Alright, sliding down the line to the next gun. Alright, this is not artillery assault. This is also from Girard's brigade. Firing counter battery across the valley at those Austrian guns. Was long range, so ends up being inferior fire, does 0 casualties. Alright, we slide down to the main gun line here. We'll get pretty insane. We are into Charpentier's area of control. His 1st battery does not have artillery assault, but his 2nd does. Probably do them together. I'll put dice to match with them, and they'll get 2 extra CDs on that one. Plus they'll get some bounce through into the Russians behind them, but are actually Austrians. Here we go! I measured that. They're actually farther than 6 inches back. It's the brigade commander's in there, so or divisional commander. French guns have not had their gunners have not had their coffee and croissants yet. They only did 1 casualty there. The gun in the redoubt will fire at the same target across the way at a long range. There we'll do an extra casualty onto those guns, and I forgot to mark these guys did get a fatigue casualty. These gunners right here, the non-artillery assault battery. And then we've got artillery assault over here. I'll fire across the hill at long range at that Prussian gun. One of Hohenlohe's batteries takes 2 casualties. That'll end the French shooting or artillery. We'll start off with Hohenlohe. He's got one gun not on assault fire and the other on assault fire. They'll fire at this French gun that just fired at them. Hohenlohe's gunners only do 1 casualty over here. These gentlemen who got shot with assault with a couple guns but are doing pretty good with only 2 casualties, they'll fire across with these guns with assault fire. That far left battery's already up to 3 casualties for Charpentier's division. And then the final 2 batteries will fire again, one with assault fire, one without. They will shoot, or they both have assault fire. 1 second. Oh, they both do. They're going to double whammy this guy at long range, try to put him out of business. The guns of 15th Division are in Fuego. They get 4 casualties onto these guns here of Girard's division. They inflict those 4 casualties plus a discipline check and a destiny roll. We'll do a discipline check first. These guys are lying. Alright, they barely passed that. Now we'll do the destiny roll for the Austrians. Unit takes 2 CDs worth of casualty dice rolls. Let's see what happens. So the battalion in Munier's brigade takes 2 casualties from that artillery blast. What a heck of a shot. Great start to the Austrian right flank move. And with that, that'll end turn 1. And take us on to turn 2. It'll be 9:30 a.m. as the attack will continue. Heck yeah. Alright, see you in a sec. Alright, time for turn 2. Let's see what the Corps Commander rolls are going to be. The French won initiative last time, so Marshal MacDonald will be rolling first. He rode the line last turn, so the blue dice will not be available on this roll. He's got his best Napoleon outfit on. No, I'm just kidding. The red and the white dice will pass. Yay, that's good. We'll go over to Clanau on the far side. Still excited about his artillery on the far right, whamming the heck out of those Frenchmen. He loves it. Alright, but he won't have the red dice available unless he does nothing this turn. Well, he'll have the red dice, won't be available, period, this turn. He does successfully get the rest, which is awesome. Let's see what he does. If he doesn't spend a core order this turn, he can get the red dice back next turn. Alright, back to the French. ADC availability for Ledru's 47th Division. In Fuego with 4 ADCs this turn, that's really going to help. Alright, we'll slide down the line to General Charpentier. The coffee and baguettes are kicking in. He gets all 4 of his as well. He's fired up. Finally, we'll roll over to Girard on the far left. See if he can keep this party rolling. Before we do that, I forgot to roll one more ADC for Ledru. I forgot he is an incomparable, so he'll get one more roll. It was destiny. He only gets 4 ADCs. That's fine. All right, now we'll do my boy Girard. He ends up with 3 ADCs, so that's not too bad. All right, we'll kick over here to the far right of Clenal's line, and that'll be General Moore. He rocks all 4. He's pumped up. General Mayer in the center. He has 5 ADCs. I won't forget this time, like I did for Ledru. He ends up with 4 ADCs, and then on top of the heights, General Hohenlohe, who we love so much, he's going to roll 4 dice. He ends up with 4 ADCs. All right, we'll flick back to the French, start doing brigade availability. We'll start down at the south side of the battlefield. They're starting to hear guns firing off to their right. I mean, if you think right here, there's going this direction. There's 3 more French corps to their right. Right now, there should only be 2 more Austrian corps. But if you look back that direction, there's 2 more corps coming up with General Maveld and General Hessen-Homburg. Right, for Ledru's boys, General Henin, who's bold, he's got the light infantry. His artillery is over here. He's going to do a artillery assault, so he'll get an automatic reroll over there. So that'll be 2 of them spent. And then over here next to him, General Senecal is going to do a skirmish tasking with a reroll on his boys engaging these guys in the woods. Everything is active for General Ledru's guys. It's just a little note here. Yes, a corps level game's got more work, but when you have smaller divisions, it's a little less work. I think I don't know, maybe it's a different type of work. Before, when I was playing massive either divisional games or massive corps level games with just 2 divisions, I would have divisions of 8 and 9 for each. So it was a lot. Felt like a lot of just keeping stuff clean, and so it's kind of nice having 3. That's all 3 or 4 is kind of manageable, I think. But it's still 3 divisions is a lot too. So different ways to satisfy your GDA cravings. All right, Charpentier is going to do double artillery assault. These guns are in different brigades. So these guns in 1st Brigade will fire with artillery assault and a reroll. 2nd Brigade has the 3 casualties. They got hammered. They will not have a reroll. So we'll see how that goes. Yeah, that actually will change that around. This, because these guys are bold, so it ends up that both of them will have a reroll, so it'll be perfect. We'll just do that. I forgot, Meunier's guns are a bold brigadier, so with 1 ADC he gets an automatic reroll. So boom, both guns will be having artillery assault. I don't have enough artillery assault tokens. I need to go back to my favorite company in Australia and buy some more tokens. I'll be doing that in a second. Battlefield Accessories, that's right. I almost couldn't remember their name for a second. I was stalling, but they have them. You think it would be hard shipping over here, but they seem to get it here very, very quickly, so they're awesome. And to make that happen, MacDonald had to give up his red ADC to General Charpentier. Following down here to the left, General Girard has got 3 ADCs. We're going to do a artillery assault with the automatic reroll with Zouchy, and the other 2 brigades are just going to be on their own. Everything is active. The Italian Stallion comes through again. Zouchy's guns will be hammering. They didn't do many casualties last time. Let's see what they can do this time. Woo! All right, that's what we got for the nothing hesitant for the French. Flick over to the Austrians, and we'll start up on the hill with Hohenlohe. He'll try the double artillery assault again with no rerolls, and then so all three brigade commanders will be just kind of raw dogging it with General Abel, General von Best, and General Fürstenwaffe. General Hohenlohe totally screws up. Wow. All three of his brigades are hesitant. Immediately, General Clanau will ride the line, so he's going to have the blue dice and the red dice not available now. They will still pay a penalty on initiative because they have two faltering, or two hesitant brigades in one division. So the 16th Division, I don't know. I think there's a lot of bad things happening to their left. And I have a little bit of a crystal ball so I can see a couple hours ahead of my game. But things started going bad pretty quickly. So we'll see what happens. All right, so maybe that's bothering him a little bit, or maybe just having the guns that close to him. I don't know. We'll go for it. General Abel's gun will be able to fire out to effective range and or long range, and this battery of von Best will not be able to fire beyond effective range. General Mayer's going to try to do the same thing. 280s, he's got 480C. He's going to try to do 2 artillery assaults with no rerolls for his 4 brigades. More nightmares as Beck and Jissing's brigades go hesitant. One of the guns, these ones over here, cannot fire past effective range. This artillery assault does go off, but there are 2 hesitant brigades in that division, so that'll be another penalty. So already the General Clanau will be rolling 4d6, taking the lower 2 against the French. And then we'll finish up over here with the final division. Did make a mistake there. The center division only has 1 battery, so we'll say they went for a skirmish tasking, so that failed. The same thing will happen, but they still get the artillery assault over there. And because these 2 batteries here both belong to General Mayer on the far right, General Moore on the far right, on the southern end of the battlefield. He's got 480Cs. He'll try the same tactic with no rerolls. And that battery that was going to be hesitant is hesitant again. So destiny, it happens. This gun goes through. This brigade here is hesitant. And those gentlemen can keep marching towards their day with destiny, and their guns will fire at full effect. So ends up having, it would have been 3, 2, and 1 brigades hesitant, but he was able to ride the line, General Clanau, so he has 2, 2, and 1, so 5 brigades hesitant across his corps. For initiative, the Austrians will be rolling 4d6, French will be rolling 2d6, French will win ties. McDonald gets cocky, loses the initiative. General Clanau, yes. All right, we'll start off with skirmish shooting. We'll start down, let's start with Hohenlohe because we just love him. He's got his 4 skirmish bases down here in the trees, firing. Oh, I gotta do movement first. We're not doing any skirmish shooting yet. We'll be right back with Hohenlohe. All right, for movement, with the Austrians going first, I am trying to remember what the heck happened. General Moore did some tactically great stuff. His brigade that was of skirmishers that were engaged in the woods moved out. They're going to engage the stronghold here. So they've moved up. This brigade continues to move forward. That brigade also starting to move up, and their skirmishers went into the woods to engage General Girard's troops. In response, General Girard started pivoting as he moved 2 brigades or 2 battalions out this way to kind of get ready to move forward, not to mask his guns, and also started moving the Italians forward to also prepare for a flank attack, at least to give the Austrians some pause before they get too crazy. These guys were filling in the hole down here to reinforce the stronghold if necessary. Over here, very little movement. The Russians did move. Sorry, weren't Russians, but Mayer's division, the 17th, moved forward with two battalion or two brigades. They moved forward with those 3 battalions. These 4 battalions moved forward. Their skirmishers came forward. They might be in range. I think those guns are sitting far enough back they might not be able to see them yet, but they're closing in. And basically, Hohenlohe, with all of his issues, stayed static. Also because he's in charge of watching the other part of the battlefield. In case it doesn't go well, he needs to turn and face that direction if, you know, French reinforcements suddenly come onto the battlefield through those woods, which would be a big nightmare. French basically held their places in most other places. No other movement. I can give you a quick satellite view. This is the French line from the center. Gotta get the whole thing here. Get a little higher. It's a bigger battlefield, isn't it? We're on the south end of the battlefield, southeast, moving to the south, or southwest. Oh gosh, yeah, south. Now we're moving to southwest. I think about that. It's different than the compass points I'm living in. Sorry about my tape measure. You see the Austrians moving forward on the right. Their skirmishers in the woods. These gentlemen were hesitant. Russians moving forward in line. Their skirmishers moving forward. And then Hohenlohe holding the high ground. Just concerned. But plus he had 3 hesitant brigades, one of which he was able to dig out with by a massive effort by Clenau. Here is Hennin's brigade under Ledru. These boys are still in the woods. They're also joined by Senecal's guys. Montbrun's recruits are sitting back here in column. I debated about moving. These guys are recruits as well. They are Charpentiers guys. Actually, they're not recruits. I apologize. They're reservists. I was debating about moving them into attack column and then prepare to get them up into here to fill any possible gaps in here, but I thought it might have been premature. So I'm going to leave them there. Plus I've got cavalry here. If something drastic does happen, General Lièvre will just run his cavalry up there with the 3 regiments. But there really is very little effect so far on Mounier's 3 line battalions up front. And then we're back where we started with the built-up area and the stronghold, held by who's that? Is that I apologize. Like oh yeah, that's Freycinet's troops holding here, and also out there on the left. All right, now we can go back to skirmish shooting. It's 4 bases firing 4 shots because they lost 1. They will fire at the light infantry's skirmish base of or line of Hennin. Had they didn't have the skirmish tasking, they could have done some serious damage. Oops, sorry about that. My camera caught the power tower there. Big crazy ass Optimus Prime's boot. I love that thing though. It's the sound's a bit obnoxious, but it makes me happy. I mute it all the time for you guys. Those gentlemen, I took a look from down low, and they cannot see. The guns are far enough back where they can't see yet. But we will get the double threat of both of these skirmish bases firing up here at these are Mounier's skirmishers. They've already done some impact on them. First up is Gabelkuen's guys. I think that's how you pronounce his name. That's a crazy Austrian name. He'll have 5 shots firing at the French. French do lose a skirmish base there, and then next to him is Beck's skirmishers. They will fire 5 shots also at the French. French are going to lose this skirmish battle pretty quickly, the way it's going. 2 more casualties there. Those skirmishers from Mayer's division are doing quite well. That might have been an extra benefit that I didn't even think about of moving these gentlemen forward. They could have thrown their skirmishers out 18 inches ahead of them, so they could have supported these gentlemen up here in Mounier's. All right, that's what you learn. Sorry about your luck. All right, these gentlemen can't shoot or anything, but then we get the marching corps from not Schaefer, it's Splenier's brigade. His skirmishers are going to fire at the stronghold. These guys would normally have 5 shots firing at the at their target, but they lose 2 for firing at troops in a built-up area, so they go down to 3. They are able to inflict a casualty on the garrison, and now we get the final. These gentlemen running into combat against the. Are these Italians? No, these are not the Italians. These are Fresnet's skirmishers in the woods. He's going to get. Normally have 5 shots, go down to 4 with the trees. They do 1 casualty to the Frenchmen up here in the trees. French are going to fire back with 4 shots into that fresh skirmish base that just ran in to engage them. They must have been confused by that audible. They cannot hit a darn thing. They just kill some trees, move some birds. The strongholds garrison firing 5 shots at these skirmishers. Fresnet's garrison in Fuego blow away, do 2 casualties, blowing away a base of those Austrian Jaegers. Sliding down, these guys aren't in range. These gentlemen will have 4 shots. They'll concentrate on the skirmish line they hit earlier. You can definitely tell they're feeling a bit apprehensive. No joy on that shooting at all. We slide down to these gentlemen firing into the woods against the boys from Hohenlohe's corps. I think it's Abel's skirmishers. These guys skirmish tasking. So 5, they'll lose 1 dice back down to 4, and then pick up 2 more. They'll go up to 6. All the 1s and 2s in the world as they do a casualty to those Jaegers, and then the Henin's light infantry skirmishers in the woods would normally have 6 shots, going down to 5. They do 2 more casualties, leaving 1 casualty left on one of the bases. They remove a base. So, yep, the Austrians might be winning in the middle with their skirmishers, but they're getting their butts kicked down here. Might have to pivot. Hohenlohe might have to pivot these guys over here to help, but he can't get off the unhesitant. Having issues. All right, we're going to artillery fire. This battery cannot fire. These guns can shoot, and they will fire counter battery against those gentlemen over there at long range, so an inferior blast. They do a spectacular job, taking themselves up to 3 casualties. We'll slide down to the next guns. That will be in Mayer's division, the 17th. Does have artillery assault. He will fire straight ahead. At that angle, there's no bounce through. He'll fire at those guns on the far side. That is long range, so it'll be an inferior blast. They totally hose themselves. They go up to 3 casualties and go low on ammo, so there'll be an immediate caisson use. That's terrible. All right. He's got to pay for that. Mayer's going to have to pay for that one. For Moore's division, General Schaefer's guns are hesitant, can't fire out to long range, so they cannot fire. These guns have artillery assault for Splenier. They're going to fire on those same guns they hit with inferior blast. In fire, Fuego, they do 3 more casualties to the French gunners. They're up to 7 casualties. They're going to probably have to use a caisson to get them back down to 5. They still won't be able to do artillery assault for the rest of the game unless they want to pay for it. They got enough batteries right now not to worry about it, but they're hammering away on them. Not too far away from being taken out of the game if the French don't start pumping in caissons into that. So Girard, sitting here looking on, he's got his caisson sitting right behind these trees. He's ready to send them up. All right, that finishes Austrian artillery fire. We'll go over to French. We'll start off with Zouchy's artillery. Oh, effective range. hitting round shot with bounce through artillery assault. They hammer them for 3 casualties, taking them up to 5. They got to take a discipline check from those round shot. Nothing bounced through. The round flies over those guys' heads. They're saving his line, looking for a 7. Gotta love those double ones. They're terrible. All right, they retreat. They unform the battalion behind them. They end up back behind the artillery and take 4 CDs of casualties for guys probably running away and like, I'm getting out of here and heading back home. So that was horrific. They jump up to 9 casualties. That artillery just nailed them for 7. So that's 350 of their 600 guys. Or actually, they're a large battalion, so they've got 800 guys. But they are a line battalion, but they are worn now, and basically going to be combat ineffective as they just are shredded by cannonballs. All right, these guns, they're going to fire counter battery across at those gentlemen. It's long range, and they'll pay a penalty for being worn, so they'll only roll 1 CD. Everything's going wrong for that battery as they go up to 8 casualties, take a fatigue casualty. Whoa, what a mess. All right, Meunier's guns and, his 1st brigade and his 2nd brigade guns are both going to fire straight ahead at those Austrian guns across the way. They both have artillery assault. So it's Blastowitz time. It will be an inferior blast from both because they're at long range. They get absolutely hammered with 6 casualties. None of the batteries are elite, so no discipline check, but that was horrific as they're 1 casualty away. The gun in the redoubt is going to fire over here too, which is going to be just make it even that much worse. Battery is annihilated, totally destroyed. It's gone. That falters Beck's brigade. Almer is like freaking out. At least he doesn't have to put in a caisson to fix that, but I think he'd rather fix a artillery battery than try to unfalter a brigade. Oh, wow. Final French guns will fire across the valley at the same battery they've been hitting. It will be assault fire, no bounce through. They get hammered for 3 more casualties. They get a discipline check. They're up to 6. They're going to save as reservists now. They go unformed. Oh, wow. So that'll end turn 2. Heading on to turn 3 as we get into the 10 p.m. 10 a.m. And it's a GDA battle. Not much has happened, but things are happening. It's kind of cool. Artillery showing its way. Now we've got so many guns out here. It really is showing what artillery really can do. As they have crushed an infantry battalion, they've crushed an artillery battery. There's other artillery batteries on the way to break, and we've got a faltering brigade out here, and things are going just splendid. Loving me some Napoleonics. All right, we'll see you at turn 3, 10 o'clock. All right, welcome to 10 a.m. It's turn 3 on the northern end of the Zwickau battlefield. All right, good things are happening. Got one faltering brigade over here for the Austrians, though. Gonna have to shake that off. All right, let's do corps orders. Remember, Clanau will not have the red die or the blue die available to him this turn. All right, Clanau has both of those available if he needs them, but I am really considering heavily him just not doing anything this turn and then regenerating, getting all 4 dice available for turn 4. Let's go ahead and see how Marshal McDonald does. Alright, he ends up getting the black, the blue, and the red die. So he could do some things. He's going to hold back. It's the joy of being an experienced Corps commander. Alright, so Clanau's struggling a little bit, being a pedestrian CNC. But we'll go on. He won initiative last turn, so we'll go ahead and roll 15th Division with their 4 ADCs. General Moore ends up with 3 ADCs. We'll slide to the left. This is where things might get difficult. General Mayer, he has a faltering brigade to his right. He ends up with 3 ADCs, so he's going to be able to pay that brigade rally order and put a reroll on it to try to do the best he can. Or he could throw a CNC command in and play 2. That's always an option too, with Stand With Me. Might be a bit early to use it, but we'll see. And then finally, the man, the myth, the legend, General Hohenlohe up on the hill. He also gets 3 ADCs, so that's not too bad. For the French, let's start off with the 47th Division. Your boy, General Ledru, 5 ADCs. He rocks out 4, sliding to the left. Oh, my new model of General Davout. But today it is General Charpentier. He's got 4 ADCs to roll for. Yes, definitely tip that hat. Good job, buddy. All hats off to you with 4 ADCs. Hits them all. Down to the left flank of the French, General Charpentier. Where are you? Oh, yeah, General, I forgot it's Marshal Ney. There he is. 4 ADCs. Let's see how he does. He gets 2. McDonald, feeling bad for his boy, immediately sends the red die down there. So he's up to 3 ADCs now. And that'll be that. Nothing spectacular to use the spy dice or anything like that. So Ledru is going to not use a corps order this time and then recycle and be strong for next turn. I can't remember. I might have just called him Ledru, and that's sorry, that's Clanau. All right, we'll start off with Hohenlohe. 3 brigades. See if they're hesitant or not. Oh, I got to assign ADCs, but I'm just going to do a reroll on each one of these guys. Just go for keeping it going. He's also going to spend one of his caissons and take that gun down from 6 down to 4 casualties. 3rd Brigade under Fusterweiser is hesitant, but he doesn't have either one of the guns, I believe. Let me double check. Sorry, that's Fusterweiser over there. These 2 guys are both active, so that's Von Best and Abel. So they have the guns. He does not over there. Okay, that's the end of Hohenlohe. 1 hesitant brigade. That's not bad. He can compensate for that. I'm going to do the Austrians next. Sorry, way down there. So that's Mohr's, M-O-H-R. His division, the 15th, because I'll save the faltering brigade for last. 3 ADCs. He's going to do ADC reroll for all 3 of his brigades. That works out well. All 3 brigades are active, and this 1st regiment here, our 1st battalion that got retreat, moved to unformed status, but still has 9 casualties. Here we go. 3 brigades, 4 battalions. Definitely gonna do a reroll on the faltering brigade here. Don't think it's time for a CNC command. I don't think I might need that later once I get into the thick of it. I don't want to blow Stand With Me now. That could be a tactical error, but it's only turn 2. So do a reroll and the brigade morale roll here. So that's 2 ADCs. And then we'll go ahead and use another reroll over here. So there'll be 2 brigades without rerolls. They passed. They passed. They're hesitant. These guys are wavering. And let's go through that whole process. So Beck's brigade wavers. They stay faltering. They're not going to retreat. All 3 units are going to go unformed. And they'll each take 2 CDs worth of casualty dice. And they'll remain faltering. Oh, what a nightmare. Casualties on the 1st battalion. The 2nd battalion takes 2. The 3rd battalion takes 1. That's what we got. Oh, man, that's rough. Definitely hindsight's 2020. Probably would have been a good idea to do the stand with me, but I'll get another opportunity in turn 4 because they're still faltering. Let's flick over to the French. Ledru will do the same thing as last time and do the artillery assault for Henin's battery. So he'll get that with the bold brigadier with the reroll. And then Senecal's skirmishers will get the skirmish tasking and a reroll. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, baby. Montbrun in the rear with the gear with the recruit brigade is hesitant, so doesn't have an impact. All right, moving along. Let's slide down to Charpentier's world. He'll go for the double artillery assault again, and then he'll get an automatic reroll on the gun to the right because that belongs to Meunier's brigade. Everything is active. Phenomenal. All right, sliding on down to our boy Girard on the far left. He has got 3 ADCs. What's he going to do? I think I'll just do a reroll for all 3 brigades. Oh, I got a, what's it call it? I forgot. I get the extra one for standby. I'm going to put a skirmish tasking on Zucchi's guys because his infantry will move forward. Skirmishers will move forward and engage these guys out in front of the stronghold. Or maybe they shouldn't because they'll get in the way of the artillery. Oh, wait a minute. All right, Simmer down here will not get a reroll. We'll do an artillery assault with Zucchi. He'll get an automatic reroll with his bold. And that'll leave 1 left for a reroll for Fresinet. Sorry about that command indecision there. That's why I'm not out here really commanding. I'm like, wait a minute, I can pause on this game. Then a cannonball hits you in the face. All right, so boom, everything's active. French rolling 2d6 for initiative. I gotta go figure out the Austrians. Austrians will be rolling 3d6 thanks to that disaster that is Mayor's division. I think the Clanau could roll 10d6 and still take the lowest 2 and beat the French. Keeps the initiative again. Very helpful. All right, his guns will be inflicting damage before anybody else does. It's time to move. Austrians moving first. All right, we got to go right to the satellite view. A lot happened here. All right, Austrians under who's down here? I'm so sorry. General Moore. Moving forward with his 3 brigades. He actually had a passage of lines because this 2nd brigade is the 2nd brigade reformed. The 1st brigade is still back here. They reformed after retreating with their 9 casualties. The other brigade passed lines. The 3rd brigade and the 4th brigade, which is a reserve brigade or a Grenzer brigade, came up behind them. Following that, the other Austrian brigade moving forward behind them. These gentlemen also moved out, making sure they didn't mask the artillery either side. So they're moving forward. These guys can actually, I'll move these skirmishers forward a bit more. They can probably engage those guys. Forgot about that. Sorry about that. Sorry, my dogs are going to go crazy. These guys are faltering, so these guys move forward. These guys also move forward over here in the center division. And then cavalry remains still. And then the final division, which is Hohenlohe, the 16th Division, started moving forward down the hill. This brigade, they're starting to see movement coming from the left or farther to the south. So they started orienting their infantry to, just in case French infantry show up here. Just getting that feeling that things are heading that direction. Going to the other side of the table, it was a little bit confusing. I had my back to my whiteboard, so I couldn't see everything I wanted to. Hennin's guys, they're not veterans, so they couldn't move, and so they just changed formation to skirmish. Their skirmishers advanced. All 4 battalions went into skirmish formation, just held place. Senecal's boys stayed the same. These guys are hesitant back here. These gentlemen just changed formation into attack column. They moved their skirmishers forward that direction. This brigade is this is Malruyère's boys here, getting ready to move up onto the hill if needed. Cavalry held still. Gentlemen stayed there. And then the big moves over here was General Girard did a bunch of fun stuff. His Simmer's recruits, they moved up closer to the built-up areas in line formation. That allowed them to project their skirmishers out 18 inches in front of, so they can engage in front. These gentlemen stayed firm. These guys are Freycinet's infantry. They moved out a little bit to the left. And then your boy Zucchi moved his skirmishers in front of them, so now you're going to get like this triple firing into them, but they did not match the artillery. So yeah, it's going to be brutal. But the Austrians are going to skirmish fire first because they won initiative. Also, can't remember if I mentioned it, but what's his name? No, it's not Charpentier, it's Girard. Spent a caisson and took 2 casualties off his battery. This battery to the right, they went from 8 casualties down to 6. All right, let's start off with skirmish shooting, and we'll start in the trees because that's always the best. These Grenzers and these Voltigeurs have mostly been shooting trees and squirrels and stuff. 4 shots from the Grenzers. Oh, I forgot, these guys came in halfway, didn't they? They switched out with the other unit that was already here, with the Jaegers, who charged on to attack the stronghold. This probably is better duty in these woods than going up against the stronghold, but we'll see. All right, so we'll get 4 shots into the Voltigeurs. Very sad news for the squirrels and the rabbits. They get shot. None of the French do. Great camouflage. All right, gentlemen, they would have 4 shots, dropping loose down to 2 shots against the stronghold. No effect there. All right, now we've got these Jaegers running forward, gauging these French skirmishers hiding in the trees. They'll get 4 shots against them. These guys might have plenty of gunpowder, but maybe they ran out of musket balls because nothing is happening. Doing some bad shooting here. All right, this is where it all goes right for the Austrians. Grenzers, 4 of them, 5 shots against the 3 remaining bases of French Voltigeurs. Oh, that's huge. They're down to 2 bases left. I think if they get the 1, the brigade falters. So the French will be looking to retreat these guys. But first of all, they got to take 5 shots from the Jaegers in front of them. Oh boy, that was close. They are 1 base away from getting faltered. They're going to be pulling back like a boss. These guys aren't in a big hurry to run up. Well, you know what? I forgot to move them, so it's on me. They stay down there behind the ridge. They can't get fired at least. They probably should have gone up and done some battling, though. That's my fault. Those guys are there. They can't shoot. And then the last skirmishers are these gentlemen over here in the woods. All right, the Jaegers are 3 bases. They're technically outside the woods. Well, we'll give it to them. They're going to fire, but they're firing into the woods. They're going to get 3 shots. Henning's skirmishers get hit. They take 1 casualty. They're going to fire back now as the Austrians are done. We'll get 5 shots from the French skirmishers against. They lose a dice, so they won't be shooting 6. Firing back at the Austrians. No effect. Those guys have not shot the best. All right, now we got the skirmish tasking with these gentlemen here. Sorry, my phone rang there. They have 4 bases firing through the trees. So they go up to 5, back down to 4, and they get 2 for the skirmish tasking. So they're up with 6. They'll do 1 hit, taking them up to 2 casualties, and they'll force a discipline check on these gentlemen. They'll be looking for a 7 to pass this discipline check. Yeah, they rocked it out. I can't remember if skirmishers get the casualty back or not for rolling a double 6. They do indeed, so that's awesome. They get that casualty they just took right back, just because they're so fired up. Some guys run forward and go, those guys are awesome, I want to be with them. So, good stuff. All right, going over to the very sad skirmish bases over here. French have 3 shots shooting forward. Do a casualty of those Jaegers, taking them up to 2. Nice. These new skirmishers up here, they're going to fire at the gentlemen attacking the built-up area. They'll have 5 shots. They blast away at them and do 1 casualty. Now the built-up area going to fire into the skirmishers with 5 shots. They do 2 casualties. They lose a base. They don't have that casualty anymore. Now Zucchi's 4 skirmish bases fire 5 shots at that same unit. They have no impact. Sorry about that. And now Fresnet's 4 skirmish bases, and they will fire 4 shots at the boys in cover in the woods. More wildlife is killed in there as no humans are hurt by that musketry fire. Artillery fire. These guns are going to fire long range at those gentlemen over there. Inferior blast, no extra stuff because there's no artillery assault. Another devastating double 6 from an Austrian battery. As those guns go up to 8 casualties, they take a discipline check as reservists now, looking for 8s. They counter that Austrian double 6 shooting with a double 6 on a discipline check. They regain a casualty, they pass the check. Now we've got the destiny roll. Once again, this infantry battalion here will take 2 CDs of casualties, possibly with a roll. First battalion of Meunier's brigade takes a casualty, 2 more casualties. They're up to 4 now. They've been hit twice with cannonballs and shrapnel. Maybe parts of those gunners. Maybe some of the guys ran off and went and joined up with the artillery. So, sorry about your luck. All right, great Austrian shot. Another Austrian shot coming in. Same battery. Inferior blast. Austrian gunners in fuego, hitting them again, forcing another discipline check, up to 9 casualties, 1 away from dispersal. Too much for that French guns. They go to 8, they go unformed. They can't pass that discipline check. Oh boy. It'd been nice if that center division's gun was still alive, but they got smoked. All right, going over to the Prussian artillery. They're going to combo fire on this is Henning's gun over here. They're both going to be at long range and no artillery assault. More great Austrian shooting as they take them up to 3. They do 3 more casualties, take them up to 4. They lose their artillery assault that they had going, and they take a discipline check as they're lying still. They fail at going formed. It's their turn to shoot back. And they just lost. Oh, they went from artillery assault now down to weak artillery fire. One single CD firing across at that battery on the left. So they put a casualty on them. They're up to 5 now. That's good. Now we go over to the center guns. The battery in the Redoubt, which is also in Ledru's command, will fire regular artillery fire at that same cannon over there. That'll have no effect at all. Slide over to these main guns. They're going to fire straight ahead into those gentlemen there with bounce through at effective range. Both of these batteries have artillery assault. This could be brutal. Big time missed opportunity as they just put 3 casualties on that lead battalion. No bounce through. Wow. That's going to come back to haunt them. This gun can fire 1 CD across at that battery over there. If they do a fatigue casualty, they'll die. I think about it, I'm not going to even shoot that, because if they do die, then they'll falter the brigade. So they'll hold their fire, and then I'll use another caisson to knock them down. Wow. But the final French gun will be an Italian gun, actually. Zucchi firing again. Effective range with bounce through with artillery assault. That'll end turn 3. Turn 3 is the turn of missed opportunities. Oh, they those last 2 batteries should have done a whole lot more casualties, but that's the way it goes. All right, and the Austrian guns in Fuego, just hammering away at the French. I think the French might have got the better of some of the skirmishing. That's about it. But Austrian guns were the story of that turn. All right, we'll see you in turn 4 at 10:30. Alright, welcome to turn 4, 10:30 a.m. on the Zwickau battlefield. Still tons of artillery and musketry to the south. These guys are well aware of what's going on. It's especially from Hohenlohe's elevated position. He's seeing some brutal stuff off to his left. Alright, so let's do corps orders first. Klenau won the well, what's it called? The initiative last turn, so he'll get. Plus, he didn't do any corps orders, so he's got all 4 dice back now. All right, he gets the blue and the white die. That's what he gets, and we'll go across the field to his counterpart, and there he is, Marshal MacDonald. MacDonald's writing out his corps orders right when a cannonball flies by, spilling his ink pot all over everything. It's a nightmare. He's just got the black die available. We'll do ADC availability for the 15th Division. General Moore. Touched up another French infantry battalion. One's upstairs and 2 more brigade commanders. Just while the editor was running, had a couple minutes, just threw some guys together, cleaned them up, did a little bit of highlighting, and boom, here we go. General Moore ends up with 3 ADCs. We'll slide down the line. Might as well get it over with. Is it Mayor? I always forget. Yeah. He's got a faltering brigade. Needs to have at least 2. I think he's going to do stand with me now. He just can't take anymore. He's too important to the whole battle sitting here in the center. He gets 3 ADCs. He's sneaking over by General Beck to try to do just getting ready for the stand by me order. And then General Hohenlohe. Let's go, baby. With that double 6, he ends up with 4 ADCs, which is great. All right, switch over to the French. We'll start off with your boy, Ledru, rolling 5 ADCs. He gets 4. That's great. All right, sliding down over. It's always like, who is this? Charpentier in the center. He gets all 4, looking good. And then we go out to our boy Girard, out on the left, on the northern end of the battlefield. So he got 4 ADCs to roll for. Ugh, he gets 2 again. Seems to be a consistent thing for him. Might need to get closer to his troops. All right. Now we'll go back to the Austrians and see what they orders they want to give, and see who's active and who's not. He's got 3 down here. So General Moore just gonna put 1 ADC reroll for each of his 3 brigades. Everything is active. All right. Now we're going to go over here and your boy Beck and General Mayer are going to do stand with me with Beck's brigade. Get them back in the field. So they're going to rally. And I'll have 1 extra ADC. We'll put it over here on, I think this is Gabelskoen. Yeah, there he is over there. Crazy name. Good luck, buddy. He does stand with me. These guys recovered a casualty. These guys recovered a casualty. And they are not faltering. And he's down to 1 CNC command now. So the 3 brigades will have to roll to see how they do. I don't think the cavalry's been active yet. No point using them right now, but... Bummer. The brigade he packed all the hope into both rolled double 2s, and they are hesitant. The other 3 brigades are all active. Cavalry are here. Yay! It's exciting stuff. And then we go to our boy Hohenlohe. We love him so much. He's got 4 ADCs. He's going to give everybody a reroll and then do a skirmish tasking with a reroll over here. So for the brigade skirmish line for these gentlemen right in here. Just these gentlemen go hesitant over here. Everything else is active and the skirmish order will go off. Switching over to the French, 4 ADCs. Let's, what will Ledru do? Do as usual, probably. Oh, we can't. Hang on. Alright, Ledru's going to do a skirmish tasking on the skirmish line up there. A skirmish tasking with a reroll here. And just a ADC reroll here. So 3 rerolls with 2 skirmish taskings. Everything's active for Ledru. I'll tell you their skirmish tasking marker out here for these gentlemen in the woods. Whee! They'll blast away. All right, let's move down the line to who I can never remember, Charpentier. He's got 4 ADCs. He's going to do his usual. 2 artillery assaults and no rerolls for all 3 of his brigades. He's the gambler. Heck yeah, he's awesome. All right, he passes. I can't remember what I can do with this black die. Let me figure this out real quick. I want to do something with it. I'm going to use the black die to order Lièvre's infantry to move forward. So they're going to be flying up here somewhere. Can't charge, but they can move into combat or move closer to the combat line. He's got 2. He's just going to do an artillery assault down here on Girard, on Zushi's guns, and then he'll get a reroll with that. The other 2 brigades just get a single roll each. them with a forwards tasking, and everything from Zucchi is golden, so he's in there, baby. All right, those guns will be crack-a-lacking. That'll be it. No one really has any big negatives, so it's going to be even on initiative. French winning ties. McDonald must not have slept well last night. He just can't seem to win initiative. I think he won at the first turn, and then since then it's just gone to pot. All right, Austrians win initiative again. Klenau on his game. We'll do movement, but I got to pull back some of these skirmishers and take them off because they're down to 2 bases. All right, let's see what Lievre's forward bonus is going to be from that black dice. All right, starting off on the southwest side, right? Yeah, southeast, going west. Abel sees French troops coming in from this direction here, and he's pivoting to get ready for their onslaught. His guns are still facing this direction. I just don't think I can hit them when they're not on the table yet, but well, they probably could. But they're not. When they arrive, we'll nail them. These gentlemen under, who is this? That's under. Sorry about that. This is Von Best. He's moving forward. These guys remain hesitant. Cavalry stationary. Russians. These guys held in position. These 2 Russian brigades that are actually Austrian skirmishers are moving forward. They got their troops up onto the plateau. They're going to engage everything, but they have to move first. And then the forwards tasking, we'll see over there, worked out really well for the French. Austrians moving forward, keeping their gun lanes open as they continue to get closer to engage the what's it called? The stronghold. Their skirmish line had to fall back. The Zucchi's skirmishers joined Simmers, I believe it is. In here, they're battling in the woods. Now they'll have a skirmish advantage. Those guys are sitting there. It's going to be like almost canister range. You got to measure that. They got their skirmishers still are in the woods over there. They didn't move. This gun pulled back, stayed unformed. He used his last caisson to drop them down to 7. I'm going to have to pass one around. I can't remember if the corps commander gets caissons too. I got to look that up. I think they get 2, and then he can share them with whoever he wants to. So they're down to 7. I think he is now, Girard is now out of caissons. Since they have over 6, he can still use another one to get him down to 5. These guys this was the big advance move we saw. They moved up like 23 inches because they were an attack column. Even though they rolled a 5, they got a big bonus to that. They got to here. They're able to put their skirmish screen out front, screening the rest of the brigade or division, skirmish line from that. That worked out well. These guys held firm. Nothing moved over here. And what's his name? Henin moved forward with his light infantry farther into the woods, keeping pace with his skirmish screen as they're getting ready to unload with double skirmish tasking against those gentlemen. The French also had one of their skirmish lines pull back. I think it was right there because they had 2 bases left. All right, I'll get some pictures and then we'll do it. All right, 3 Austrian skirmish bases firing into the woods with the skirmish tasking, so they'll go up to the 5 shots. They do a 1 casualty and kill off a French skirmish base, and they're down to 4 now on the light infantry skirmish screen. These 2 Austrian skirmisher screens pull up onto the base. Now they're going to fire at these gentlemen who just came rushing up to meet them. I'll roll the first group by itself. I changed my mind and threw them all at once. Just did different colored dice. All right, right now, 1 dice I dropped on the ground. I got to re-roll that one real quick. Wow, they welcome them to the party. Do 4 casualties, blowing away a skirmish screen and putting 1 additional casualty on another one. Might have to charge to those skirmish screen just to get rid of them. They're not going to last long against that kind of firepower. All right, these skirmishers here firing would be 4 shots into the trees against these gentlemen. And in the fight in the wilderness, where only the trees die, the Austrians will fire 4 shots into the French. The sacred trees continue to be the nemesis of all musket balls. All right, they miss. All right, that's the end of the Austrian skirmishers. We'll start off with French skirmishers. I think they have 4, would have 5 shots, down to 4 shots against the Austrian Jaegers. The sacred forest protects all. The Italians get in there and they fire at them too, firing 4 shots. Getting ready to order his artillery to fire into the woods and just kill everybody. But he doesn't. All right, so they do 1 casualty. All right, we're moving down now. The garrison firing 5 shots at these gentlemen closing in. Oh, no effect. All right, these skirmishers firing 5 shots at those Jaegers. They put a casualty on them. We're making some progress here. All right, these guys have just got rocked. They're going to fire 4 shots at that skirmish line right there. They do a casualty. They have a base with 2 casualties, so they are gone. They lose a base. They're down to 3. All right, we'll slide down into the... oh, now we're into the end here. All right, French voltigeurs, 4 bases, firing through the trees, 4 shots. But they're on the skirmish tasking, going up to 6. They roll all the 1s in the world. They do get 1 casualty, taking them up to 2. Now the light infantry will fire the same thing with the skirmish tasking. They blow away a base, and that's oof. They are and do 1 additional casualty. So that's decent. Those guys will have to fall back next turn. They've got 2 casualties now. That'll end up the skirmish shooting. We'll go over to artillery, starting with the Austrians way down here. All right, these guns really can't say anything now if those guys retreated. They can't fire over the top of them because those dudes masked them. So these guns are not going to shoot. These guns can fire. No, they can't either because now their infantry have moved up onto the hill, so they can't fire at all. So they're masked as well. They could fire at the built-up area, but that's kind of stupid. And if you set it on fire, you're kind of hosed. So, oh well. We'll hold those guns. No Russian guns here. We just get the 2 Prussian guns down here at the end. They're going to combo fire with inferior volleys, 2 or barrages against that gun right there. Hammered. They get a double 6 in there. These Austrian guns have rolled like 3 or 4 double 6s. They got to take a discipline check. They're up to 8 casualties. They just reformed, but they go unformed again. Now we'll get the destiny roll. Those guns recover a casualty, and this infantry unit will take 2d6 CDs of damage. Oh boy, they take a casualty. No fun. Okay, so that's the end of the Austrian guns. These guys are in trouble. They can fire 1 CD back at them. They put that casualty right back on. They lost. Alright, these guns are going to fire straight ahead at those Russians right there in the open. It's effective range with bounce through. They hammer them with 3 casualties. They take a discipline check now. No bounce through damage. Those gentlemen fail that and go unformed. Now we'll get the double whammy effective range shot that wasn't as effective as I thought it was last turn. Both with artillery assault. It could always be worse, but the lead Russian battalion takes 5 casualties. They're up to 8. The trailing battalion takes 1. They've got 1 now. So they get hammered with that. No discipline checks. Most of the damage was done with the CDs. And then we've got 1 gun left, which I got to check the range, see if it's in canister. Oh boy, this canister range with assault fire into those gentlemen. Austrians definitely lucked out there. They take 3 casualties, and yeah, oof. But they take discipline check. All right, they pass. That's pretty good. All right, so that'll be the end of turn 4. We'll see you in turn 5 at 11. I think things are happening. I got messages upstairs from Scott on this turn. I think things start occurring, so we'll see. I gotta go read that, and then if stuff is moving over from his field onto mine, you'll see it first here. All right, it's turn 5, 11 a.m. General Helloa can see French coming towards him. Probably won't arrive for another 20 or 30 minutes. Just getting prepared for it. And yeah, that'll be insane. All right. Oh gosh. All right, let's get these. We'll start off with corps orders. Marshal Hohenlohe. Sorry, Hohenlohe. General Clenau or Marshal Clenau did not use any corps orders last turn, so he's got all the stuff going on this time. Or he's got everything except the white die. He's starting to get orders or getting reports from Hohenlohe to his left, so he's getting a bit nervous here. All right, General Goulet is not doing well, so hopefully Merveld can get his corps in there, and then Hessen-Homburg can get there as fast as possible. Otherwise, it might be time to pack it up. We're going to keep on going. We're not there yet, baby. And on the other side of the coin, Marshal McDonald's getting great news from Generals Rainier and Marshal Sincere. So he's kind of getting excited by this. He's got help on the way, so yes, he's awesome. He did not get the red dice, but he got everything else. Okay, so let's do brigade ADC availability. The Austrians won initiative last turn. We'll start down here with our boy General Moore. Did you see that? That's terrible. All right, he gets no ADCs. That's horrible. Clenau can't take a chance like that, so he's going to immediately get rid of his red die and give it to Moore. He'll end up with 1 ADC. All 2s. Oh, that was terrible. All right, we'll slide to the middle. Do not have a faltering brigade this time. That's amazing. General Mayer, 5 ADCs. Or 5, yeah, attempts. Okay, this could be the turn. He gets 5 ADCs after that double 6. Good stuff. And then General Hohenlohe. Let's do this, baby. He ends up with 3 ADCs. All right. All right, General Ledru. What can he do? Let's do this. He gets 3 ADCs. Outstanding. All right. Not really outstanding. It's pretty terrible, actually. General Charpentier or Charpentier. He's going to roll 4 ADC attempts. He also gets 3. And then our best friend And I got to check on caissons with the corps commander in a minute. And then our best friend Girard is going to roll 4 ADC attempts. And he gets all 4, which is awesome. I did forget, but both corps commanders both have 2 caissons additionally, which they can disperse amongst their divisional commanders. So boom. All right, and that's pretty much. Yeah, he's going to be Marshal MacDonald is going to be helping out General Girard, who's going through caissons like they're candy. With his 1 ADC, General Moore is going to give that to General, I believe it's Schaefer, right here up front, for his going in against the built-up area. Oh boy, here we go. He lucks out. Everything's active over there for General Mayer. Now we'll go to General Moore. General Mayer in the center. I can't remember. Let's go see how many ADCs he has. I can't remember. Oh, I remember now. He had like 5 ADCs. I got to think about this for a second. We're going to try a forwards infantry assault here. That's going to eat up 4 ADCs. And then we'll do a re-roll. Oh boy. I don't even know where to put that. I guess we'll go right here with a re-roll. Everything is active. That's awesome. They're going to get a charge in. Probably get slaughtered by artillery. But the French guns have been underperforming, so let's see what happens. Hohenlohe has got 3 brigades and 3 ADCs. I just do a re-roll in each one of his 3 brigades. So hesitant again over here. The other 2 brigades are in fuego. All artillery is good to go. Okay. Just 1 hesitant brigade in the entire corps. All right, starting over with the French. Let's see what they're going to do. Ledru will do something crazy, I'm sure. All right, he's going to lose his bold brigadier thing, but he's going to do a forward and an infantry assault with Henin and then nothing else. Caisson will be given to his artillery here to go down to 6 casualties. Montbrun in the rear goes hesitant, but everything else goes off. Let me pick up those skirmish tasks because they didn't happen. All right, General Charpentier, he's got 3. Well, he's going to do artillery, an infantry assault. No, sorry, an artillery assault on one of the guns and a reroll. That's all he can do, really. Everything is active for him, so that's good. And finishing up with Girard down here. He has 4 ADCs. We'll do a reroll on all of his boys and then a skirmish tasking on these gentlemen in the garrison, since they're going to get engaged. All right, everything passes. So it's going to be an even 2 versus 2. This is where Marshal MacDonald just seems to struggle. Just Clenau keeps outfoxing him. See what happens here for initiative. All right, Clenau does it again. All right, the charges, we have some. The Russians going to try to, well, they're Austrians, but they look like Russians. They're going to try to charge in. Let's see what their bonus is. Oh, it's the high water mark of the coalition as the Russians charge in against 3 gun batteries. They might make it. Let's see what happens, man. I've got nothing but faith in this disaster. All right, and one of these batteries is on artillery assault, so yeah, it's going to add some more slice and dice to this whole venture. All right, here we go. It's closing fire. I think even that those guys even get the fire. It's going to be a nightmare. Oh, they actually might support instead. They might need it. Okay, I don't even know what the heck's going on. It's going to be a heck of a good insanity. All right, first up, this gun right here, firing into them. Grape shot canister to the face with also it's going to penetrate to the group behind them. Lead unit takes a casualty, so does the unit behind them. and they got lead unit's got to take a discipline check, needing a 7. So they go unformed from that. All right, second gun up. This one's got artillery assault, so it's going to get 4 CDs plus a penetration dice, and then the regular roll. Another big miss, but another 2 casualties. Now the final gun, 2 extra CDs for canister. Absolutely terrible job by those gunners. They do get them up to 7 casualties. They are unformed. They're going to force another discipline check. They put a 2nd casualty on the trailing battalion. So discipline check will be as reservist. White dice are hot. Oh my gosh, the blue dice are ice cold. They get a casualty back, go to 6. All right, so now, but they are worn. They are unformed. They took 3 casualties, so they're going to be rolling like 4 or 5 dice on this charge. Right, the Austrian/Russians will be rolling 46. They cannot re-roll ones. They have 2 supports. The French have 2 supports as well. This one to the left, this one from the rear. Close enough. Okay, let's do this. I switched to the lighter blue dice for the French because those were stinking up the joint. Terrible. All right, the French are up 9-5. Austrian/Russians going to start using rerolls. 1st Battalion. All right, it's 8-9. They're going to hold right there. The French are going to try to reroll one of theirs. The French are up 8-10. Let's see what that does. The Russians have got to push it. They're going to roll their last 3. It's not going to be enough. They're going to have to halt and volley. Lead unit is with an unformed volley. Defender can stand. Heck yeah. Volley with... Get 1 demotion because they're worn, and 1 would just be 1 CD. That's terrible. They pull back beyond the 3-inch mark, and that's it. They were informed already, so no big loss there. And they kind of lucked out. They didn't take more casualties on that charge. But, oh, good job by the Soviets. Just not so. I'm losing my mind. Good job by the French to hold out, and just terrible dice, terrible gunnery. The other charge, I'm not sure it's going to work. They're going to use their movement to change back into formation. They're going to go on the forwards bonus, which will be at half speed, and see if they can come out the woods on the other side in an infantry assault. And FYI, Marshal MacDonald issued a white order dice to change their core order from a defend to attack for the 47th Division as they move forward past the midpoint now. They're short of their objective, but they're out of the woods in attack column, and there they are. Oh boy. All right, that was a failed charge. This was a failed charge, and let's see what happens next. It's movement phase. All right, movement was a little bit insane. Austrians closed in and up against the wall of the built-up area. Probably gonna let them move as a charge. So I'm gonna let them fight in the melee for that at the end of the turn. That was an oversight on me. This brigade is turned left and it's starting to move to the south order of Clanau to get ready for forces that are approaching to reinforce. Just starting to contract the flank a little bit. It's time to reinforce down here. Things are going wrong from what they're hearing from Gulai and Meveld. Russians moved dispersed all the skirmish screens. The French closed in too. They're going to do close range musketry fire over there. You saw the charge. These Prussians are rotating to the left, preparing for the French to arrive. These artillery are going to engage the French that we haven't even seen yet that are coming up. And they're just in position to engage them as well. So they're kind of pivoting on an axis here. This French unit slid to the left. These guys are hesitant. Cavalry's inching forward, looking for a gap to go charging through. Here's all the French piling up in the center. It went from kind of open to very packed. Those gentlemen move forward. They're staying where they are back here to keep the built-up areas, which are key to the defense. And these gentlemen slid to the left and allowing the Italians to come on through and engage. Their artillery moved back as well. Austrian artillery starting to face that direction to engage long-range fire as any French that bust through over there. For skirmish shooting, we'll start right here. These musketeers going to fire 5 shots at the French skirmishers right in front of them. No skirmishers in here. We get into a skirmish screen here. These gentlemen have got 4 bases firing at these French with 4 shots in the trees. Inflict a casualty on them, and then the skirmishers in the woods will fire 4 shots into the French voltigeurs. They do a casualty to them. They're up to 2 now. That's pretty good. Now we're going to shoot back. French voltigeurs will fire 4 shots at the Prussians. Sorry, the Austrian skirmishers. Switching dice finally does a casualty. Alright, now the Italian skirmishers are going to fire at them as well with 4 shots. They miss completely. These guys will get closing fire for the charge. They have the skirmish tasking too, so they'll get 7 shots. They do 2 casualties, raising them to 7. Now these French voltigeurs will fire 5 shots at the Austrian Jaegers. They do a second casualty on them, raising them to 2. We'll go over here, and these 4 bases will fire 5 shot into these musketeers. They do 2 casualties on them. That'll end the skirmish fire for this turn. Actually, the French skirmishers on the far right can fire at that artillery there. They'll do 5 shots. No impact. Speaking of the artillery, both guns will fire at oncoming French troops that'll arrive next turn. There are 4 battalions of light infantry, Scott has told me. They're going to fire at the leading 2. They're coming in an attack column. Alright, this gun that we used a caisson on is down to 4 casualties. They're going to fire across at those gentlemen right there. That Prussian battalion suffers 3 casualties on that shot. The new dice working out, baby. There's no other French guns. Everything else has been pulled back or fired in the charge phase. And that's it. And we get to do volley fire, which is kind of exciting. All right, these Prussians here, they did move. They'll fire into light infantry. Probably that battalion right there. They put 2 casualties onto them. The next volley fire is these Russians down here. How badly are these guys mauled? They're not buying at all. All right, point blank range. Let's do this. I was going to give them the extra CD, but I forgot. If a large battalion in line does move, they don't get the extra CD. The Russians did move up. So just 2 CDs. No, 2 regular dice, sorry. Great volley by those Russians. Thankfully they moved for the French, or that would have been a lot worse. They take a discipline check as line infantry. Ooh, they sneak past that. Good job. And then the final Russian battalion, no casualties, blasting away at these guys with 4. Oh, they choke and get a fire discipline. First one of the game. Alright, switching over to the Italians. They can fire at the 3rd line unit. The other 2 are going to be involved in the hand-to-hand. So they're already piling up against the walls. So they can fire at the rear unit. They put 2 casualties on them. Switching over to these French here, firing in line. Well-disciplined volley. Well, just going to be a right standard volley, not disciplined at all. 3 casualties and a discipline check on those Soviets, who aren't Soviets yet. Sorry, they're Russians. My fault. Yeah, fire discipline, and they're unformed. Lucky buggers. And then this final French unit with 3 casualties firing into the Russians in front of them. Turquoise dice paying off, but the French did move, so they won't get that 10+ shot. They'll put 3 casualties on them, forcing a discipline check as line infantry. I think these troops are starting to notice stuff coming from and being shot that direction, and they kind of know that things aren't going so good to the south on the battlefield. A little bit concerning. They're unformed as well. A little disheartening. Well, we'll see what happens. Still early, and Hessen-Homburg's not even here yet, so he could save the day. All right, final thing will be this hand-to-hand against a stronghold. I gotta look the rules up real quick. All right, strong points can't be attacked by multiple units, can't be reinforced, and the attacking unit loses 1 CD each turn. The attacking Austrians have 7 casualties. The defending French, who look like Swiss, have 1 casualty. So the French will be rolling 5 dice, and the Austrians, who are worn and attacking a strong point, are rolling 3 dice. Austrians, like the rest of them, are large battalions. They can go to 15. They're at 10 right now. They're going to push it, keep attacking. But now they're unformed. So they get 2 dice. We try to win by attrition, baby. Garrison stays at 3 casualties. Those guys fall back with 11, retreating. They unform the unit behind them. And that'll end turn 5. So we go into turn 6. Holy cow. Wow. 11:30. Almost lunchtime. These boys are still going at it. Plenty of fighting to fight. I gotta ask Scott what time sundown is. Alright, getting near lunchtime. Turn 6. We will go 20 turns, hopefully, for day 1. I've looked up the sunset for this area. Again, 18:13, so if you do the math, 30 minutes per turn. 20th turn will be the last turn for day 1 if we have to go into a day 2. But we're ready. We're really excited about these Austrian units having 15 stamina, basically. Before they implode, they can take a lot of beating. All right, I need to start using more attack columns, I think, for both sides. Time to do quarters for the man that never loses initiative, except on turn 1. Oh yeah, Clenau. Alright, you can use any of those 3 orders this turn if necessary, and you can regenerate the red if he doesn't. It's time for McDonald. What can he do? McDonald can't seem to roll that red dice, which is my favorite. Alright, he gets everything. Same thing as, almost said Blucher, but Clenau across the valley. Alright, Seaman 80C is available for Hohenlohe, who's about to get a surprise this turn. Not happy. He can see him coming. He gets 3 core orders. Alright. General Mayer, who's taken on the mantle of massive human wave assault. I love it, baby. He's got a 5 ADCs to roll. He got 5 last turn, only 3 this turn. And now we're out to our boy on the right flank. General Moore has 4 ADC attempts to roll. He rocks the house with 5 ADCs. Oh, sweet. Alright, flicking over to Ledrew, who's gone all offensive. Heck yeah. He's got 5 ADCs to roll for. I thought I'd give the blue dice a shot, just to see if they were still ice cold, and they are. They get 2. I'm going to work through the pain. Sharpen Tear, 4 ADCs with the blue dice. Oh, come on, baby. He also ends up with 2. It's a theme. Alright, let's see if Gerard can break it out. He's got to beat the curse. Alright, a little better. He gets 3. Alright, let's flick back across the table. We'll start with General Mayer and see what he's going to do with his ADCs. Forwards tasking with a reroll here. Going to try to move these guys way down here and then establish a new line. Just going to shrink the battlefields, the plan. Yeah, that'll be the idea. And then infantry assault and actually, hang on. Alright, let's change that. We'll do a forwards here, a forwards here, infantry assault there. That way we can try to get in against that built up area, and these guys can reposition and establish a new line. An absolute catastrophe. General Schaefer, Splenyi, and Paul-Garten all don't understand their confusing orders. They all go hesitant, asking for confirmation, and the entire corps entire division just shuts down. Oh no. Klenau is going to ride the line, so at least General Paul-Garten can move his guys over and establish the new right flank a little bit farther to the south. Try to, and at some point end up supporting your boy down there, Hohenlohe. He's still going to pay a penalty because he's got 2 hesitant on initiative. He's got 2 hesitant brigades in this division. General Mayer is kind of excited with where his troops are, so he's going to hold the line there. He's going to do a forwards and a reroll on his cavalry. Probably use his regular movement bonus for them to change formation, then the forwards tasking to start moving out. Everything's rocking, everything's following orders. General Jissing is getting ready to change formation and jump forward with that order to motivate his men. And now we go to our boy, Hohenlohe. What can he do? He only has, what, 3 orders? Oh boy. All 3 brigades get a reroll. Austrians are getting nervous. This brigade, hesitant. This brigade, hesitant. These guys are good to go. They'll probably move forward to support the artillery. And, they're hearing bad news from, they're getting postcards from their left flank. It's not going good. So General Hohenlohe will be rolling, not Hohenlohe, sorry, Klenau, 4d6 for initiative. Can McDonald beat that? He hasn't yet. Oh boy, let's see what happens. Alright, Ledrew's just going to go for just following orders. He's going to give a reroll to Senecal and a reroll to Montbrun, and then he'll get the automatic reroll with Henin. Everything is following orders for Ledrew. Charpentier is going to do the exact same thing. Marouillère and Lièvre are both going to get rerolls, and Mounier is going to keep his bold command and just do 2 dice and follow. Just go for not hurting the initiative chances. Everything's clicking in the center. Out to Girard. I can't remember. He's got 3 ADCs. He's just going to do, he's going to do something different. He's just going to add on a skirmish tasking to Frezenier and he's going to fire out of the garrison into those stunned Austrians out there, try to put some extra damage on them. All right, moment of truth. McDonald rolling 2 turquoise dice. And Clonow rolling 4 white dice. Can he win initiative? And he did it again. He lost once again. McDonald. No. Oh, I don't even know what to say. That's horrible. Alright, Clonow victorious. All he does is win, win, win no matter what. Alright, so we'll go into charges. There are none. Yeah, there are none. And we'll go into movement. There will be tactical movement this turn, so we'll get both phases of the movement phase. Let's see what Jising's movement bonus is going to be. Alright, these Austrians, once they rode the line, they just switched into attack column to move faster. Those gentlemen are hesitant. These guys just kind of shifted around to offer some protection there because they weren't moving closer to the enemy. Pretty much static in here. Russians who are actually Austrians are going to take advantage of their not moving extra CD in a large combat unit to fire, but still these guys are going to hit by cannons first, which sucks. Cavalry use their regular move to change formation and then use the bonus move to move that far. Trying to stay in that gully to avoid getting slaughtered by artillery. Hohenlohe had his boys kind of fanning out here to add kind of a second line, if you say it, and then our first cross-board movement, at least of my Napoleonic career, as troops from Scott's battlefield cross over. It looks like the Vistula Legion, but they're a line infantry unit they're from Regnier's 38th Division, 4 battalions of line infantry with General Lecoq. And then also behind them, we've got 3 regiments of dragoons. They are looking like carbineers and cuirassiers and dragoons, but they're going to be 3 dragoon regiments arriving on the battlefield. Battle cavalry. And there will also be cross-table French artillery firing across onto Hohenlohe's troops, 2 batteries at long range during the artillery section of the game. So that's pretty cool. For the rest of the French, well, these guys aren't hesitant, sorry. Actually, I might move these guys forward a little bit. I got so excited. Well, I'm going to keep them there just to avoid the cavalry. They're going to stay in that gully. These guys kind of all stayed still. And the only thing that really kind of moved was once their skirmishers pulled back, these guys changed into attack column over here, and their skirmishers moved up to keep engaging them and keep the pressure on. Alright, sorry about that. It's still early in the morning here. Oh, I'm excited. So lots of crazy things happening. I'll get some pictures. Start towards the south end of the table with some skirmish fire with the Austrians because they won initiative again. McDonald, what's going on, baby? Old McDonald does have a farm and he can't win initiative. He's too busy playing bingo. Alright, these 4 Jaegers firing 5 shots at their French counterparts. Oh, the white dice go ice cold for a minute. Alright, sliding down the battlefield, looking for skirmishers. Here we go. You got 5 Jaegers here, 4 Jaegers firing into the trees. 4 shots against the French in those woods. Alright, they score a hit, causing a 3rd casualty and blowing away a skirmish screen. Strong work, baby. Alright, and these guys are pulling back, protecting the rear of their columns. They're going to fire back into the woods with 4 shots. They do a 2nd casualty on a unit, a 3rd casualty unit in the woods and blow away a skirmish screen down there. Good job, finally making an impact in the sacred forest. To confuse you, we're back over on the south side of the battlefield. I forgot to deploy the skirmish screen with Lecoq's brigade coming in. So the Jaegers are going to be able to fire 5 shots at them to welcome them to the party. 2 quick casualties on them. Welcome aboard. All right, that'll end the Austrian skirmish shooting. These 4 bases of voltigeurs will fire back with 5 shots against the Jaegers. The blue dice continue to throw all 1s and 2s. I love it. No, I don't. All right. I'm going to stick with the rest of the game, though. We're going to try to work through the pain here of missing every single shot. All right. We got 4 bases of French skirmishers here just to their west. Or no, just to their north, sorry. Firing 5 shots at the Jaegers in front of them. They somehow score a hit, getting a 3rd casualty on one of those bases, removing it. They're down to 3 now, so some kind of progress. Out of the woods now, French skirmishers, 4 of them firing out of the woods, 5 shots. They inflict a casualty on them. Ouch. Takes away one of their skirmish bases. They're down to 3. Now we'll get the garrison firing out of these buildings into those Austrians in front of them. They have the skirmish tasking, so we're going to get 7 shots. They inflict 2 casualties on them and force a discipline check with those double 6s, looking for a 7. Austrians have been struggling with their brigade orders and their discipline checks all game, all battle. All right, they go unformed. And then out of the... Oh gosh, we got these guys. The Italians, 4 skirmish bases, firing at that same unit with 5 shots. And Fresnay skirmishers, they're down to 3. They'll get 4 shots at the Jaegers as they pull back. All right, that concludes skirmish shooting for turn 6. We will go into artillery. The big thing is going to be, I guess, check the measurement here. Holding low as guns, firing into these guys. It's in canister range, so this guy's going to fire into these gentlemen. This gun's going to fire into these gentlemen. The first casualty will go onto the skirmish screen. The skirmish screen absorbs 2 casualties, so they get a base blown away, plus they take an additional casualty. 1 goes through to each one of the line regiments. They each take 1 casualty, and the left and the right battalions will both take discipline checks now as they get hammered with canister. Alright, that's it. Now, that's it for the Austrians. All the rest of their guns are moving around or repositioning or blown away. Now we'll get off-table guns from Lecoq's brigade, firing in 2 batteries. One from Lecoq's and then one from another brigade that's coming up next. Next turn there'll be 4 more battalions of French infantry arriving. 2 reservists and 2 recruit. Probably played by Bavarians. At least some of them. I only got so many miniatures. Doesn't look like it. Oh, it's insane. It looks like ants. So they're going to fire a shot each at these this lead brigade with bounce through at long range. First brigade takes 1 casualty. Second brigade takes 2 from those barrages. And that's our when these Prussian guns or Austrian guns fired last turn off table, they were actually firing at these brigades coming in. And now we've got French artillery counter battery against, not counter battery, but firing against Austrian positions up on the ridge here. Having an impact. Alright, so now we'll move on to standard on the board artillery. Alright, now we've got Henin's battery. He's going to fire at, I gotta see if this is effective range at that cavalry charging forward. The rest of the guns are going to fire into the boys at point blank range, but they will shoot at them. These are 8-pounders, so they're at long range, and let's see how they do. No bounce through though. Sing breathes a sigh of relief if those guys malfunction and do some casualties to their own guys. We're They're just exhausted after, oh, it's only 2.5 hours of shooting. Calm down. It's not that bad. Alright, the gun in the redoubt firing into these gentlemen with canister. The way the hill is, they will not be bounced through. It's going to fly right over their heads. They take 2 casualties, go up to 8. They got to take a discipline check. Reformed. If I remember correctly, unformed units can't charge. That's what's kind of stopping these guys from going forward. It's either I've got the rules right or I'm following rules that are wrong in my head, but I'm pretty sure an unformed unit can't initiate a charge. Alright, these next 2 guns are both going to blast into, well, actually one's going to fire in that same battalion, the next one's going to fire into the next battalion. Artillery continues to struggle as they put a fatigue casualty on themselves. The last battery, can they do it? Raised to 10. They have to make a save as a reservist now. They fail that and go unformed. That's no bueno. Oh, all right. Those guns are fired, and that's it. These guys can probably start moving back into line next turn. They're down to 5 casualties now. They've been caissoned to death by General Girard. His other guns might have to move up as well. Okay, we'll go into the volley fire phase, which should be fun. All right, Prussians, who are actually Austrians, firing to that 2nd battalion again. They did not move this time, so they were a large battalion in line with an extra CD. They jumped them up to 5 casualties over there. Nice. They're not elite, so no discipline check. Now we'll get into these guys. They are unformed with 8 casualties, firing at that gun right there. Alright, so they're going to get 2 negatives. They go down to a weak volley, which is a single CD. They also had to reform from last turn, so they will not have the extra combat dice because they had to move. They're able to put a 4th casualty on that battery. Alright, these gentlemen, they did not reform last turn, but they're unformed now, and they have lots of casualties. So there'll be a single CD plus an extra CD for being a large battalion that didn't move. These guys were unformed, so they moved. So they won't get the extra CD. They have 3 casualties and they are formed, so they'll just fire a standard volley. They hammer them. They go up to 6 casualties. They got to take a discipline check as reservists. Nice shooting. They go unformed, and this final battalion for the Russians, they'd fire discipline and they were unformed, so they moved. But casualty-wise, they have only 3, so it'll be a standard volley. And they pick up a fire discipline. Yay. This is a hesitant battalion, so they can only shoot straight ahead, but they can't fire into a built-up area. They can't fire because people in their front arc. That is the end of the Austrian shooting. We'll start right off with the French Zwickau's Italians. Boom, they did not move. Three casualties up to 6, forcing a discipline check as reservists. Alright, they passed that. Awesome. Great job for the Austrians. Alright, sliding down to the next, well, give me a turn the camera off so you don't get sick. This French line battalion with 4 casualties firing into the Russians. They did not move, so ba-boom. 2 casualties raising them to 5. These gentlemen are going to be worn and unformed. They're going to fire a single CD straight ahead into those gentlemen. Casualty on them, raising them to 4. Alright, next up, I think, are these light infantry down here. 4 attack columns, all firing into that Austrian line from Hohenlohe's division. They're all light infantry, so they'll all get an extra CD. They put 5 casualties on them. Oh boy, nice shooting. Okay, and that'll end turn 6. kind of evening out here. I don't know who's going to win. The extra troops coming in is going to make it a little bit tough on the General Clenal's boys. But we'll see. Still a hard-fought battle. Let's do a kind of pan around the table. Oh yeah, baby. Alright, we will see you in turn 7 at lunchtime at noon. Alright, so welcome to turn 7, 12 o'clock. It's after Christmas. I took a little break for the Christmas celebrations. Had the whole family in. It was great. Had like 30 people here, so it was a good time. Hope you all had a great Christmas. It's 26 now, so back to the battle. I made a little mistake earlier. This is going to be Lecoq. He is the divisional commander for Rainier's 38th Division. There he is. This up here is the 1st Brigade under Baptiste. This is the 4th Brigade back here under Bertrand. And then the 2nd Brigade of 2 reservists and recruit, mostly German battalions will arrive on the tactical movement or reserve movement for this turn for the French. That'll be under Hochberg. Hochberg. Sounds good. He'll arrive back here. So they'll have to make some room for him, and then boom. All right, let's go ahead and do corps orders. As just to re-familiarize myself, General Clenal can't use the red die or the blue die until he shuts it down for a turn. So that makes it very easy for him. He doesn't have any corps orders this turn, so he won't use any corps orders, and he'll be ready for turn 8. Now with Lecoq's arrival on this flank, that actually gives every 2 divisions under a corps commander, they get 2 caissons. So he actually, MacDonald will pick up 2 more caissons. Since Scott is not playing General d'Armée, that won't really affect him at all. So I'm going to go ahead and take advantage of the rules for that one. So now he's up to 4 divisional commanders. And Lecoq will arrive with, God, I hope I pronounce his name that way, otherwise I'm going to get in trouble. He'll arrive with 4 ADCs and 2 C&C commands for his 3 brigades. Let's see how MacDonald rolls for his corps orders. No white die, so that's okay. He's got everything he probably will need. Alright, the Austrians won initiative last turn again, so we'll start off with the 15th Division. General Moore rolling his 4 ADCs. He picks up 3. Now we go on over to General Mayer. He'll roll his 5 ADCs, see what he can do. That was terrible. I only rolled 4 dice. I'm going to roll that again. So I apologize to all you guys that hate General Mayer. He gets another shot because I screwed up. He'll pick up 4 ADCs, and then our boy, he's going to be the much embattled General Hohenlohe up on the hill on the southern flank of the battlefield. And guess what? I rolled 5 dice instead of 4, so we're going to keep it the same, and we're going to re-roll those all 4 dice. All right, he picks up 4 ADCs. We'll flip over to the French side. Start over with General Lecoq, rolling 4 ADCs. He'll pick up 3 as he walks onto the battlefield. All right, now we'll slide over to General Ledru. He gets 3. He's going to use Chief of Staff and re-roll that. And by re-roll that, I mean he'll re-roll the 2 he missed and get 2 more. He picks up 1 more plus the extra 2. It's with 6 ADCs. We'll now slide over to General Charpentier. He'll roll his 5 ADCs. No, he won't. He'll roll 4 ADCs. I'm getting all confused. Oh, he's an effigy of Marshal Soult. He would not be happy. Gets 2. And Marshal Soult starts with Marshal Ney over here, but it's actually General Girard. Let's see how he does. Alright, we're going to give the red die with the extra ADC to Ledru, kicking him up to 7 now. And we're going to get a massive shove on the right flank over here. Alright, General Moore is going to try to do a forwards and a glory. I think it's on... it might be on Gisling. I can't remember. No, it's on... oh, who is it? I apologize. I think it's on... No, actually, it's on Baumgarten. He's going to go in and try to attack that area right there. You feel if he can take that, he can split that French in half, and then possibly, I don't know, something. Save the day. He doesn't have a full picture of what's going on the other side as Ho and Lo is like up there doing semaphore, sending off signals. We are host. That's it. So there won't be a re-roll in that, so it's just going to be 3 straight up rolls for these 3 battalions, or yeah. And battalions, I mean brigades. Absolute catastrophe is both of these brigades go hesitant. His trailing brigade under the command, I think it's that might actually be Baumgarten in the back. He can run for the hills, continue to move to this side, and these guys are basically can't move. These gentlemen cannot advance any farther under Girard, so it's not going to be too much pressure. They're on the borderline right now. They have not received an order yet to cross over the center line, so they'll be sitting right there. General Mayer is not going to do anything risky like that. There's a lot of stuff is unformed for his command, so there's no point trying to charge right now. So he might be moving stuff to the second line and all kinds of fun stuff. We'll see what he does, but he's going to give all of his brigades a reroll, all 4 of them. And they're all active, and then we'll go over to General Hohenlohe and see. Look, I mean, give me a minute to think about this bad boy. Skirmish tasking here, and then rerolls everywhere. Just like last term, his front 2 battalions are hesitant again, or brigades, excuse me, and his rear brigade is following commands. Automatically, the Austrians are going to be rolling a 4d6 for initiative because of 2 of their divisions both have 2 hesitant brigades. All right, let's see what Lecoq will do. And he's got 3 brigades, 1 coming on, but 2 on the table. He's going to do rerolls for all. Actually, no, I'm going to think about. Yeah. Hang on, give me a minute. All right, this is measuring. So Baptiste is going to get infantry assault, glory, and a reroll. And the cavalry back here aren't going to get anything. The other brigade coming in, I'll roll them, but they're going to arrive on table anyway. Ledru is going. He's got 7. He's going to do a forwards and a reroll. No, he's going to do a forwards and a reroll here. He's going to do infantry assault and a glory and a reroll here, and a reroll back here. Wow, everything's active for him. So far, Lecoq's attacking, and that's not Lecoq, that's Bertrand is attacking, and then also our boy here, Henin, is attacking. These gentlemen probably going to roll out here and try to outflank the Russians. Might put themselves in some serious problems with the cavalry right there. We'll see what happens. And shoot, what are we gonna do here? Charpentier is just gonna do a forwards on his cavalry, and that's it. So Lièvre is getting everything. The other guys, they can be as static as they want to be. The big move for the cavalry fails, and then going over here, we'll do, since he can't really advance any farther, everyone's going to get a reroll in a skirmish tasking on the garrison in the built up area. Alright, everything for Girard is active. The French will be rolling 2d6 for initiative. Can MacDonald do it? Old MacDonald's got to find the farm, or Clanau will win again and again. Let's see what happens on initiative. And it wasn't from a lack of effort from Clanau, as he rolls triple sixes and a 2. If he would have got a quadruple 6, he would have. I believe he would have gotten the extra CNC command, but does not pull it off, and he ties. But the French win it. So MacDonald will finally win initiative. Well timed. And we'll see what happens. All right. As for charges, we'll have 2. We'll have Bertrand going in with his light infantry. And also another light infantry attack with Henin. As they both go in against Hohenlohe's Corps on the south side of this battlefield. All right, Baptiste can only go in with 2 corps because these guys are 2 battalions because these guys were unformed earlier from artillery fire, I believe. So they're going to go in. The skirmishers will fire 5 shots at them as they come in, and then we'll get a volley at close range from the Fusiliers here as they come on in. Alright, the skirmishers do 2 casualties, they go in. Now the line will fire with an extra CD for a column attacking. And they absolutely eviscerate those guys. Plus they'll get an extra CD, which I forgot because they're a large column that hasn't moved. Holy cow, they get crushed for 8 CDs. 8 damage. They just lost everything. Like 70% of their dudes just dropped dead. So now I've got to do a discipline check as a reservist. Alright, they pass it, which is awesome. So they're going to be rolling, I think, maybe 3 or 4 CD, or 3 or 4 dice. Alright, the French can be rolling 3d6 because they are worn. They're not unformed. That would have been 46 if they didn't pass that check. So that was huge. And they get 1 reroll for support. The Austrians, who look like Prussians, get 1 reroll too from their support. Austrians end up with a 9. The French are sitting at 3. French can reroll the 1 with their 1 reroll. Lead unit's going to withdraw. The other unit's I think they sit there. They're going to take a -1. So they're going to take a CD each. They're probably going to be unformed and everything else. General Baptiste was in there with the Glory ADCU, so he will roll 1d6 to see if he is taken out. He's able to get away unscathed. All right, let's see if a second French infantry assault is any better, as we get a 2-supported attack here from Ledru's boys going in hard. Oh, it's actually, it's Henin leading the way. He also has a Glory infantry assault and all the good things. Hohenlohe's boys open fire at point blank range against the attack column with 2 extra CDs. Austrian musketry rocks the Kasbah again. Holy cow. 5 casualties of those guys. They come running in. French be rolling 3d6 taking a lowest 2 against the Austrians, rolling 2d6. French will have 2 supports. The Austrians will have 1. French were close to a destiny roll there. They needed 3 6-sided, or 3 6s instead of the 2 6s and a 3. Or a 4, sorry. French are at 10, which is phenomenal, and the Austrians are at 9. Austrians going to try to re-roll their 3. Holy cow. They get a 12. Alright, so what the French could do, they got 2 rolls. Drop down to a 9. That's terrible. Alright, one more time. Can they beat it? Holy cow, 12-12. It's amazing. It will go to hand. Oh, yes. We'll see you at the end of the turn. Alright, that's the only charge, so we'll go movement. French will be first. Let's check the movement bonus for Senecal's brigade of line infantry. Alright, after the movement phase, these gentlemen use their forwards bonus. They change formation with their first move, and then they use the 6 plus whatever, I think 13 inches they end up getting. They move forward an attack column. They're a little safer in attack column, especially with the Austrian cavalry sitting right there. General Hochbar came on with his 4 battalions to recruit 2 reservists. These gentlemen pivoted to the left. This is, who is this? This is Montbrun. These guys opened up a hole here, which the cavalry they're hesitant right now, but they will exploit it later on, so I'm sure they'll be moving in at some point to go crazy. These gentlemen also shifted over. They really just changed formations, all they did. They are there. I guess this these guns could have moved. I moved these up like 6 inches real quick. Just right to there. They're not going to fire this turn anyway. And these gentlemen really couldn't go any farther. These guys did not move towards the enemy, but they pivoted back, the Austrians, to try to close off that flank. Those 4 battalions that weren't hesitant continued to move towards the south to bolster a defense. One of the guns rotated down to protect their retreat, and then another infantry battalion formed up to try to make a new defensive line as the Austrians kind of condense. General Moore is trying to consolidate here with the rest of his forces, want to get split in half. These guys kind of stayed firm where they were. I'll be picking up a lot of these unformed tags as we shoot. If I move them now, I won't remember who the heck was unformed, so it will affect their shooting. Alright, so that's it. That's a bit of a... Oh, I will get some skirmish shooting from these gentlemen's skirmish battalions. They pulled back. They'll fire at that French battalion right there with 4 shots. Battalion took a casualty as they went off. They dispersed as a skirmish screen that was sitting there, so they did get to shoot at them as they pulled out. Other skirmish shooting. Oof. We'll get these gentlemen down here. The French will fire first. That was just kind of I would have forgotten if I didn't do it. This French skirmish line in here, there's 3 bases. They'll fire 4 shots at those Jaegers. The dark blue dice remain scorching hot as they roll 4 of a kind, 4 2s. Everything misses. Now we'll get the skirmish shooting out of this built-up area, firing 7 shots at those gentlemen as they step back. Talk smack about the blue dice, and they respond. 3 more casualties to that Austrian unit will also be fired upon by these skirmishers in the woods. Wow. They're up to 9 casualties. They'll take a discipline check as reservists as they get hit by that fire. They will retreat. They'll unform both of those units because they're both within 6 inches. They'll form up behind their sister battalion back there. They have 9 casualties right now. They'll take 4 more CDs of casualties as they run. They take 2 more casualties on that as they flee. These guys are still in range of this 2nd battalion here. They will fire 5 shots at them from the Italians from Zwickau's skirmish screen. They go up to 3 casualties. Now they'll get blasted by, what's his name's? Frezenet's skirmish screen with 3 bases shooting 4 shots. Another casualty to them. They go up to 4. That's the end of the French skirmishers. Well, technically, these guys could shoot. I've never shot them, so they're going to fire 5 shots at those guys right there. They pop a casualty onto them. Now we'll get these Austrians 3 bases firing 3 shots back at the French skirmishers in the trees. Alright, going on to the artillery phase. French, these guns moved. We'll go into the death screen. These guys are both going to fire straight ahead. These first guns going to fire, battery's going to fire at these gentlemen here. It's a fatigue casualty plus 2 casualties from the CDs. They'll go up to 5, and these guys will go up to, I think, 12. Remember, these are large battalions, so they can take it. They can go up to 15. This gun, doing the same thing, firing this battalion. This gun will also fire at that battalion. There's no bounce through because of the elevation going up. These guns are masks. That was terrible shooting. They both took fatigue casualty, but with the CDs, they put 3 casualties on these guys. They're up to 11. That's going to be a big boost for the Austrians, just because they're not going to be unformed with no discipline checks, so hoorah. Now we got the Austrian guns up on the hill. They're going to fire canister like a big dog into those last 2 units. More terrible shooting. These guys fired, and they did a fatigue casualty and 1 casualty, which went onto the skirmish screen. They went up to 6. The skirmish screen went up to 2. These guys fired. They got 1 hit plus 1 skirmish screen, so 1 casualty dice. So they blew away a skirmish screen. 1 casualty went through to this battalion here on the right. They have to take a discipline check as a line unit, and that was horrible. The French passed the discipline check, which is about the only good thing that happened in that artillery phase for anybody. Alright, and now we go into, that ends that. We go into volley fire. Wow, that was terrible. Those guys did a forwards tasking. They charged. Nothing over there could do anything. So we get into the brutality over here. We'll start with this battalion. They were unformed, so I'm going to take that away. They're going to count as moved and worn. So they'll just fire an inferior volley straight ahead into those Russian, or Austrian, excuse me. 1 casualty, taking them up to 5. These guys are formed. They did not move. This will be just a standard volley with no penalties straight ahead into these gentlemen here. Take up a fire discipline, which is terrible. Alright, that ends the French volley fire. Russians will fire back. They are unformed and have fire discipline. But that's only just going to affect their movement on the 10 plus column. That's it. They're firing straight ahead. Also affect them for the 1 extra CD they would have got, but they didn't get it. Alright, these guys will fire the extra CD. They have 5 casualties firing straight ahead. They do 2 casualties, taking them to 8. Terrible. Alright, now these guys were unformed, so they moved. They have 12 casualties. They will fire. They're not informed now, though. They'll fire with 1 penalty against these gentlemen here with a volley. Wow, you can't see this much terrible dice rolling on any channel besides this one, so you should seriously consider. I'll make it back, man. I'm sorry, dude. All right, and these gentlemen are they take away their unformed on the movement phase, so they move. They won't get the extra CD. They are warned they'll have a down thing to an inferior volley firing against this gun here. They do a casualty again up to 6, and that's just horrible everything. Okay, now we've got this hand-to-hand over here. Henin's guys, they drew on the charge thing, but they have the glory, so we'll see what happens. All right, the Austrians are rolling 5 dice. The French are rolling 6. With the way I've been rolling, I don't know what's going to happen. Let's see what happens, baby. They're equal troop grades, so the French get pushed back into the woods. They both end up with 8 casualties, and that will end turn 7. We'll go on to 12:30, and the epic slaughter will continue, and hopefully the dice rolling will improve slightly. Alright, going into turn 8, 12:30. Guys got to be getting tired. It's just battling away. Wow. Okay. We've got Lecoq's entire 38th Division has arrived now. His artillery is still off board and can fire, but right now he's got too many troops that are too close to this line up here. And boom. All right, let's go for the French one initiative. So we'll start with Lecoq and see how he does. I got so excited I forgot to do McDonald's core orders first, then we'll go over to Clenau after that. All right, McDonald's firing on all cylinders. Let's go over to Clenau. He's also in Fuego. All right. Now we'll go back to where we talked about with Lecoq and see how he does. He's got 4 ADCs to roll, see how many are available. Oh, he's got 3. Moving on to our boy Ledru with 5 ADCs. He does terrible with 2. I would almost give him the red dice, but I think I have to get Girard a white change of offensive operations from defensive so he can cross the midline. Next up, Charpentier. He's got 4. He gets 3 again, and then we go out to the left to Girard with 4. Let's see how he can do. He ends up with 3. All right, now flopping over to Moore. He's got 4 ADCs for the Austrians on the. He's trying to figure out what the heck he's doing over here. He's got 4. Awesome. Mayer in the center. He's holding strong. He's got a lot of units that aren't formed this turn, so he wants to do a lot of charging if possible. He's got 3, and then we go to our boy Hohenlohe on the left. He needs to get something going here. Things are going from bad to worse. It's actually not going too bad for Hohenlohe. His musketry is saving him like a boss. Artillery might need some practice. He gets 2 ADCs. All right, going over to the French. Let's start with Lecoq on the far southern side of the board. Once again, going all in here on Baptiste. Infantry assault, glory and a reroll, leading these boys straight back into where he just got his butt kicked. Probably will get the fire of the artillery on the way in, so it's going to be ugly. Everything's active. Heck yeah. All right, now we've got our boy. That was me stalling. Ledrew, probably going to burn his second CNC command. Now is your time down here. Going to go in with these 3 units against that one. They're going to fire and go in crazy monkey style. Bruin in the rear is hesitant, but Senecal can move. Probably come in here and have some fun with the Russians, or get blasted by cavalry. Not sure which. It's not going to be good. At least he's at attack column. All right, Charpentier is going to do a post of honor and lead the cavalry on a charge into those Russians. Hopefully that can happen because they're going to try to charge too. So if he loses initiative, I don't know what the heck will happen. He'll do something else, I'm sure. It'll be a disaster. All right. I know you get initiative when you're in a divisional game, but I'm not sure about at a core level. We'll figure out when we get there. His other two brigades are going to roll, see if they're active. This brigade here, I believe it is, I'm looking at my board, Munier, he's bold. He is going to get his automatic reroll, and then what's his name, Maurier, will also get a reroll. Munier goes hesitant up front, so that could have been better. And then moving over to Girard, he has 3 ADCs. He's going to be given a command from McDonald to go forward into offensive operations, so that's going to be fun. So he'll do ADC rerolls for 2 of his brigades, use his bold brigade for Zucchi, and do another skirmisher. Those guys might actually not be there. They're going to fall back, I think. Hang on. I'll move the skirmish firing over to the non heavy duty area, the regular built up area, not the stronghold, because I think those Austrians are going to come on in if they're not hesitant again. Everything is active for him, so he will, when it is the initiative time, McDonald will be rolling 2d6. All right, flipping over to Moore over here. Oh boy. Moore's going to try forwards, a glory, and a reroll on these gentlemen one more time. Everybody else will fend for themselves. This brigade right here, which is also these 2 guys here, and one of these artillery pieces, is hesitant. Everything else is working, and that attack will go in against the built-up area. Now in the center, yes, it's going to burn an ADC and do, I believe, hang on. All right, Mayor's going to lead up with this battalion, do now's your time, and these guys are basically going to lead the brigade in on an attack against the French position there, firing on their way in. Plus they recover some casualties. It's going to be brutal. These guys, I was going to go over here, but against the guns, and they all have like 12 and 11 casualties. They might have to be the sacrificial lamb when the cavalry hits them. That'll at least protect the 2 fresh battalions behind them. Use them almost like a skirmish screen, and hopefully, other things can happen over here. I was going to give the forwards order to this brigade here. They're going to shoot across the board and try to reinforce the center here, just in case there is a breakthrough. And then we'll go with Hohenlohe. Oh, I got to put that. I think that's the black dice. He can't use that next turn. And Hohenlohe, oh, he's got 2. Not so good. He's just going to do re-rolls on his front 2 brigades. They're all active. I don't think I even rolled. I got so excited about Mayor. I didn't think I rolled his other, because he has 3 other brigades, one of which is the cavalry, which is very important. They had the re-roll. This brigade goes hesitant. This brigade of 4 goes hesitant. These guys are following commands. The cavalry's following commands. They're probably going to charge. And boom. But they do have 2 hesitant brigades in that division. So that will cause a 4d6 roll for a 3d6 roll for General Clenal versus McDonald's 2d6. That was straight up clutch. Another tie. McDonald wins with being French, and they also had initiative last turn, so it's a double threat. So boom, we got some charges. We'll start on the far right, and then we'll just get silly after that. Oh, vive la France! All right, these guys charge in. They are going to get shellacked by these guys on their way in. Also, the artillery, this gun, that gun's too far out, will be able to fire, and they will, as they came in, they would fire, they'd hit them, they'd probably get penetration into them. So we will get a bounce through shot into those gentlemen. Ho and Loa's boys remain in Fuego. They put 4 casualties on them. I didn't even roll one of the, I forgot 1 CD for them being a large unit. So they'll get 1 more CD chance to do more casualties, these guys. Plus they'll do a discipline check. They're up to 7 casualties now. Now they got to take a discipline check, saving his reservists. Plus they'll go unformed. Now we get the artillery shot. It's going to be canister plus extra damage for being an attack column. Yeah, and bounce through. Alright, after all that slaughter, the French will roll 4d6, taking the lowest 2. The Austrians will take 2d6, and then the Austrians will have 1 reroll, and the French will have 2. Absolutely horrible. 12 to 3. French will reroll both theirs at the same time. Or we'll get a destiny roll in there. The lead unit will withdraw, and the supporting units both take CDs too. Baptiste has been repulsed twice. These guys are unformed back here with 9. These guys have got 9 back here in the woods. They've got 2. They've got 1. We've got a risk for General for Baptiste. He might be happy if he gets killed. And then we got a destiny roll. Alright, Baptiste survives and falls back. He's like, what is going on, man? He thought, he was told Ho and Lo was a pushover and had been softened by artillery. Ho and Lo is holding strong. What a boss. Alright, and now we've got the destiny roll. This unit had 1 casualty. They recover it. They're so fired up from 2 victories. They are fully back armed. Back to 800 dudes again. Alright, next up, Henin joins these gentlemen. Actually, it's more than that. It's Ledru joins this charge. And they're going to go in hardcore. They get some, I know they get some casualties back from that unit there. No one else is hurt. Alright, so those 3 battalions of light infantry can all fire a volley plus a CD, 2 CDs each at that unit. So this is going to be a lot of CDs. They each going to fire 1 for being an attack column. They each get an extra CD for, what's it call it? Being light infantry. Then they get the extra 2 each. So let me do some math. And they could ignore fire discipline results. So they blast them for 5, taking them to 13. Now the Austrians fire at the lead units. They close in with an inferior volley. The Austrians will get 2 extra CDs, 1 for being a large unit that hasn't moved, and 1 for being attacked by an attack column. They do 2, raising them to 6, which is clutch. They'll be warned. And now they go in. They're both line units. So they'll both be rolling, I think they're both warned, so they'll be rolling 3d6. The French will have 3 rerolls, and the Austrians will have 1. Sorry, the French will have 2 rerolls, the Austrians will have 1. Holy cow. The Austrians they rolled 2 6s and a 5. That was ridiculous. French got a 5, so that's not good. They're going to use their rerolls immediately. The lead unit will withdraw. They'll all take 1 CD each. What another nightmare. Another French attack repulsed. All right, that's the end of the French charges. They ended up back there repulsed and with their extra casualties. Oh, we got a risk for general for Ledru. Hang on. I would have sucked to lost an incomparable divisional commander. Woo! Okay, that would have sucked. I probably would have lost some stuff there. All right, now we flip over. The other charge next is the Austrian cavalry going straight ahead into the French attack columns. All right, the French will fire them as they come in. They'll get an extra CD because they are in column. They do 1 casualty to the Austrian dragoons, and they're both line quality. These are, I guess they would be, Scott said Austrian cavalry is battle cavalry in the first several weeks. So this will be battle cavalry, but it's formed infantry in column versus battle cavalry. Gives them a reroll. Actually helps out the French. French also have 2 supports, one to the left and one to the rear. Oof, nice. And the cavalries have 1 reroll. All right, 10 versus 8. Cavalry going to reroll their 4. Funny thing is they didn't roll a 4, so they're going to reroll the 3. 10 versus 9. French are going to lead by 1. Let's see if it's worth re-rolling. French will take a CD. They'll stand. The cavalry withdraw. Both their units will take 1 CD each. Austrian cavalry repulsed back to there. Form up behind that hill. French infantry stand with the extra casualty. And the last charge will be this Austrian battalion in the center with, I think it's Now's Your Time again. All right, Mayor leading a charge. He's out of CNC commands too. Him and Ledru have blown everything. These guys went to 4 from 5. These guys have 1. They went to 0. These gentlemen are going to unload into these guys with a, oh gosh, this is a full volley plus 3 CDs. So they destroy the battalion in front of them. They charge through with Now's Your Time. They hit this reservist unit. They don't have time to shoot back, so this will be a straight up charge, and they'll get an extra reroll for a CD for a supporting unit plus their line over reservists, so they'll get a +1 for that. These guys will get 2 rerolls for that. And Munier's brigade will be faltering from that battalion getting destroyed. Both roll home runs. Is it worth the Austrians rolling one more time? If they win by 1, lose by 1, they're going to halt and volley. Oh. But it could be so much worse. Oh, we're going to stop right there and halt and volley. Here's a good question for you. You just fired a volley with Now's Your Time. You rush forward. You shouldn't be able to reload while they're running in. So would they be able to shoot again? I don't think so. So they'd be trying to reload now. So they wouldn't be able to get in their volley off in that time, as far as I'm concerned. I'm reading the rules. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. The rules say they should shoot, but I'm going to go ahead and not do it this time just because that sounds weird. These guys aren't carrying Springfields or anything like that. Okay. All right. That's the end of the charge phase. If you can believe it. That was oh no, it isn't. We have this one over here. These guys go in and hit the built-up area, don't they? Or they'll take care of their shooting at them in the skirmish phase, but those guys go in against the non-stronghold built-up area. All right. Okay, that ends the charge phase, which was an absolute insane charge phase. Holy cow, I'm like sweating. And now we'll do the movement phase, French going first. What the forward bonus is for getting the black dice for these guys. With those charges, I did forget one here. This cavalry charge here, straight ahead into those guys. These guys are going to try to form square. They are warned, so it'll be as reservists. The Lancers lead the charge. They get a bonus if it goes to hand. So here they go. Try to skewer these guys stuck in line. Oh, who can't shoot because they tried to form square and failed. Be 2d6 versus 3d6. French will have the advantage. The French will get 3 rerolls. Russians will, the Austrians will get, actually they'll get 2. Right now it's 9 versus 4. French have the advantage. Austrians will re-roll. Just like that, it's tied up. Alright, Austrians will hold right there, I think. Should they go for it? This could get so much worse. They're going to hold right there and hope they can do well in the melee. Alright, we'll come back to that at the end. Now with the movement phase, a lot of good stuff. The French, now that they have an offensive ability, are pushing out to the left over here in the woods. Italians, Zwickau leading the way. Austrians kind of just trying to give ground. Austrians are forming a new line here with their artillery, trying to keep it together over there with more. You saw them go in against the built-up area here. These guys, you saw in the charge, they couldn't move. They're hesitant. Those guys streamed all the way across the battlefield with that extra black dice they got from Klenau. So they're in position here to hold the center. Our cavalry's back there. These guys are going to be in melee. This is going to be horrible. There won't be too much shooting because everyone already shot already. And this charge phase was so brutal. I don't even know. I'm a little bit confused, if you can't tell, just how much stuff happened. And a lot of the guys couldn't move because of things in their way. All right. Let's see who can actually do something. All right, we'll start off with skirmish shooting. The Italians out there, they can fire 5 shots against these gentlemen here. They put 2 casualties on them, raising them to 13. These large units could take a pounding. These guys will actually don't have the skirmish shooting. Will fire just their usual 5 shots against this lead unit here. Put 1 more on them, raising them to 5. Now we'll get 4 shots out of here against those Jaegers. That'll kill off the skirmish screen. I'll let them fire their, they'll be down to 2 bases, so they'll get 3 shots back at them. Oh, actually 2 shots. Yeah, 2 shots because they'll firing into the woods. No effect. Now I can just remove the entire skirmish screen. Garrison in the built-up area will now fire 5 shots, oh actually 7 shots at these gentlemen as they charge in. Might be a new record for absolute crappy shooting. They completely miss everything in the world. That's all the skirmish shooting for both sides actually, so boom. Going on to artillery, we'll start off. All 4 of these batteries are going to fire on this unit right here and just try to destroy it. Terrible shooting. They do 6 casualties though. They had 11, taking them to 17, destroying the unit, faltering the brigade. Oh, that's rough. Okay, so they falter. Holy cow, what an insane-o. But that's like the Death Star there. You line up 4 artillery pieces, or that's actually like 32 guns firing at point blank range. It's gonna hurt some people. They're done. Oh, these guys can fire as they charge in. These guys had adjusted last turn, so they're gonna fire a canister at that lead unit with bounce through into the unit behind them. Do 2 casualties plus a discipline check, and they'll be saving his line. They passed that, which is awesome. Austrian guns. These guns fire on that unit coming out of the woods there. They're going to be in the woods at effective range. They inflict 3 casualties onto Fresnet's line battalion there coming out of the woods. And I think the only guns left are the 2 guns up here that's been mangling everybody, but they fired in the charge phase, so that'll be it. Volley fire, we'll have this unit here, will fire 4 shots. They have to reform fire discipline, so they will lose on 10 pluses. Casualties on them, raising them to 8. And we got this Zucchi's Italians firing into these guys. The Italians did move. It's a discipline check. This is a reserve unit. They're going down to Enfants Perdus, saving. They passed. That's awesome. All right, they'll fire back at the Italians. They're definitely they moved because they were unformed last turn, so they'll reform in the movement phase, and but they'll get a downgrade for being worn. So this unit will fire at the skirmishers as well. Gucci's boys will take 2 casualties. These guys just fire 1 CD at those skirmishers. Alright, they had no effect. Alright, now we've got these guys that moved because they recovered fire discipline. They're warned, so they're going to fire an inferior volley straight ahead. Casually raising them to 5. That is the end of the skirmish shooting. Those guys are too far down the hill. Everything over there is fired in the melee phase. Hand to hand, we've got 2. We'll do the cavalry first as the lancers hit the infantry in line. All the pluses and minuses from being large and then being in line, but then being worn. These guys are going to end up with like 4 CDs. These guys are going to end up with 7 CDs. Infantry is destroyed. Cavalry takes the ground, takes a casualty. They would have dispersed, but they took enough casualties to also be destroyed. Ouch! They only had 12 and they took 3, so they went to 15. So they were gone. Actually, I think they took more than that. I think they took 4. 1, 2, 3. They took 3, and they only did 1 back to the lancers. Okay, they are destroyed. That brigade's already faltering, so that's not a problem. They're already faltered. They've lost 2 of their 4 units, so 1 more, and the brigade will be dispersed. And that is, oh boy, that's Galbreckens, I believe. Not so good. Okay, and now we've got the hand-to-hand at the built-up area. With the large unit and the glory, the Austrians are going with 6 dice. The French are defending with 5. Let's see what happens. They both do 1 casualty, which is terrible. Then they both send in reinforcements. These guys come on in, and these guys come on in. So it's going to be like a bazillion dice here. And hopefully I roll better than I just did on that last hand-to-hand. Neither side knocked it out of the park, but the French defenders win. These gentlemen are up to 3. These guys are at 2 casualties now. That unit there is unformed as those 2 units retreated through them. That falters the brigade, having 2 retreating units. And now we've got 6 casualties here, 2 here, and they're both in retreating status, and they've kind of fallen back in line. And that'll end turn 8, going to turn 9 at 1 p.m. And it's just the Austrians actually retreating, actually helped them form a line back here. But things are breaking here, but they're in position. They moved these units across to support. Cavalry got repulsed. French cavalry busting through. That's just brutal up in there. Body counts are massive. Faltering brigades on both sides. 2 on the Allies, 1 on the French. And General Hohenlohe, all-star, just taking on all comers and destroying them. So, but there's just so many more French coming through now that Lecoq has got another brigade on the table, plus his cavalry's coming through. But they're holding it. Still a long way to go. It's only 1 in the afternoon. All right, we'll see you in turn 9. Alright, it's turn 9, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 1300 for all you military people like myself and Scott. Alright, so, oh, that was an awesome turn. I was like, amazing. But my brain started melting down that last one. Just so much going on now, especially with 4 divisions on one side. And trying to tie it in with what's going on the other side of the battlefield, like right over there, is something insane. So General Clenau is starting to receive messages from General Ulai and General Melveld that things are going horribly wrong on his left. You know, he's been asked for reinforcements, he's been asked for all kinds of stuff, so he's, you know, and he's got his own problems, so... we'll incorporate those kind of decisions into the command. I don't think any more troops will be crossing over into here, but you never know. But we'll continue with what we got, and we'll, you know, Scott's keeping me appraised hour by hour from his tabletop. So, but he's starting to get concerning news. Just so you know, that might be playing into his tactical decisions, because this is one continuous battlefield. I'm not sure the exact length of the entire battlefield. It's several miles. Scott compared it to almost like a Dresden-style battlefield. So I'll take his word for that, because I'm not sure how long that battlefield was. But we'll start off with Corps Orders with Marshal MacDonald. He won last turn. He's winning by ties last 2 turns, so that's pretty something at least. See how he goes going forward. MacDonald has all of his Corps Orders. Now he has 3 divisions of his 4 are on offensive operations. The only one that has not received offensive operations so far is Charpentier in the center. But General Lecoq, General Ledru, and General Girard have all been ordered to move forward and try to envelop the Austrian corps in front of them and you basically inflict a horrific loss to them. Alright, let's go over to Clenau. If you hear my phone beeping, it's almost 1 a.m. over in Australia, and Scott is messaging me, so gotta pay attention to the updates. He might be, I think he's right now he's about an hour ahead of me on, not in real time, game time, but I've been trying to guess. I didn't really be able to send him much help, so mostly his table's affecting mine. Clenau's got everything. He can't use the black dice this turn because he used it last turn and hasn't recycled, being a pedestrian CNC. Okay, let's start off with Lecoq over here on the French right and see how many ADCs he has active. Oh, he rocks it with 5. Nice. Okay, that'll work. Going over to Ledru, he'll be rolling 5 ADCs. Let's see what he can do. He decides to roll every 1 in the world. MacDonald will immediately spend his red die and send it to Ledru to give him 2 ADCs for the turn. Which is a shame. We had big plans for Ledru. Oh well. Now we're up to blah blah blah. I also wanted to give offensive operations to Charpentier. His cavalry cannot advance any farther until they received that core order to change over, so they'll have to fall back, which is a shame. They could do some serious damage, but they can't move forward till they get that order. And I said that like 6 times, and I apologize. Alright, so next up is Charpentier. He's got 4 ADCs. He also has a faltering brigade. And Gerard on the left, he'll roll 4 ADCs for his boys. He kind of punts and gets 2 himself. Not looking good. Alright, but he can work with that. Alright, Moore, who's got issues. He also has a faltering brigade. Things aren't going good. He's got 4 ADCs to roll. He ends up with 3. Probably got a stand with me coming in his future. Just get over that faltering thing. He hasn't used his CNC command yet. Going on to General Mayer in the center. He also has a faltering brigade, but he is out of CNC commands. He does well and gets 6. He's also got this Austrian brigade moving into his area of operations to support him. So, and yeah, so I think he's feeling decent, but he's concerned about the cavalry. Of course, he doesn't know that they can't come any further forward until they get the different order set. But concerning. All right, and finally, our boy Hohenlohe, who only has 1 CNC order anyway. He's kind of saving it for a rainy day. Austrian dice look like they're heating up again, especially for Hohenlohe. He gets all 4 of his. Alright, Lecoq and General Ledru are going to try to coordinate their movements here. We're going to do a forwards and a glory with his cavalry for Lecoq. Hit those gentlemen there of Hohenlohe's. But prior to that happening, the orders go out for Ledru to do an infantry assault into the flank of the Russians over there. Won't be quite in the flank because they're not entirely behind them. But that's the orders for Lecoq. He's going to do forwards and glory. It's a reroll and a reroll. That gives him, hang on, he only has 5 ADCs, so the forwards and the glory and the reroll will be here, and a reroll for Baptiste's boys. Try to get it together over here. Hochberg goes hesitant back here. All this stuff's moving in front of him. He's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. He kind of freaks out. But Baptiste will be following commands, and Bertrand with the cavalry will both be following commands. Now here's the big one: infantry assault and a reroll for Senecal. Then we'll get the bold brigadier bonus for Henin. But if Senecal doesn't hit this order, basically it stops the cavalry charge. There's not enough room to get through there, so that'll be for naught. Everything's active for Ledru, so the tack should go in, no problems. Okay, sliding down to the left, Charpentier, he's got 3. He's going to do 2 for stand with me on Munier's brigade. So they're going to basically rally and follow commands. And that'll be leaving 1 left, and he's going to give a, ooh gosh, hang on. Let's give a reroll to the cavalry to hopefully they can get out of there. Lièvre and Malrouillère both go hesitant. Lièvre will still be able to pull back because he won't be moving towards the enemy. So it's not terrible for him, but that will cause an initiative penalty for General MacDonald. Doesn't need any help losing initiative. And then last but not least is Gerard with all the great things he does. He has only 2 ADCs though. He's going to do a reroll on his 2 non-bold commanders. So General Fresinet and General Simmer will both get rerolls. General Zushi goes hesitant. So, we ended up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hesitant brigades across the corps, but only 2 of those are in the same division. So, General MacDonald will be rolling 3d6 for initiative. So now General Charpentier is out of C&C commands. General Moore will go down to 1. He'll use stand with me and rally this brigade right here. So they'll be able to move, and then he'll has 1 ADC left, which he will give right here to try to get them out of dodge. General Spligny goes hesitant over here in the center. General Palmgarten rallied, and General Schaefer is good to go. Got a double 6. Let me get that hesitant off him. Alright, now this is where it's going to get interesting. I got central command here for General Mayer. No CNC orders left. He did get 6 CNC command, I mean not 6 ADC, so definitely doing a reroll on this corps here with 2 battalions left, because they're about to go bye-bye, and I'm going to figure out the rest. Alright, we're going in here. Yes, baby. Glory infantry assault and a reroll. Gonna do a little delaying attack. Keep the French on their toes. Heck, you could win it right here. This guy's fired up. So that's Glory is 1. Infantry assault is 1. Reroll is 3. And then the 2 for the reroll here with the divisional morale. And then another reroll here in the center. Gets 6. Just the cavalry are on their own. The only shame of all that is on General, I believe it's General Sorenberg, who's faltered over here. I rolled 3 dice for him, so I'm going to re-roll those 2 to see what he does. Just a shame, he had a 6, 3, and a 2. So he had a waiver, he had a, pass, and then he had something horrible with the 2. Yes, Sorenberg rallies to hesitant, which is great. And then we over here to Hohenlohe. He is going to try to do something. What's he got? 4 ADCs? Alright, he spent a caisson to reduce them from 6 casualties to 4. We'll do a reroll here, and a artillery assault on this battery here. Hohenlohe is doing awesome. He's everything's following commands. General Clenau only has, he'll be rolling 2d6 for initiative against the 3d6 for MacDonald, who will be taking the lower 2. Clenau just too fast on his horse for General MacDonald, who's struggling. Still thinking about part of his brain is still frozen from Russia. He's got to put that in the microwave for add 30 seconds, baby. Get that thing thawed. All right, so Clenau wins initiative. Moving into the charge phase. Alright, with the spoiling attack, yes, baby. Sorenberg. No, it wasn't. Sorenberg's on the left. Sorry, this is Galbrecken. He's going in. His lead unit does have 8 casualties, which kind of sucks. But he's going in hardcore. See what he can do. He does have 7 casualties to give, being a large unit, but he's going to charge straight ahead into the French, who are going to fire a closing volley on them. The French are at 5 casualties right now, so this is going to be a standard volley. I also forgot with Munier, with Stand With Me, this battalion recovered a casualty down to 4 now. His other 2 battalions over here are undamaged. Oh, and his artillery can recover 1 too. Forgot about that. Up to 3. He's got he's got 3 artillery in his division. So boom, these both will go down to 4 and 5. Huge because neither battery is now worn. So boom. Okay. They did 1 casualty to the Austrians on the way in, and now here comes the charge. Galbrecken's guys are worn, so we'll be rolling 3d6 as they come on in, but they do have 1 support and the French will pick up 2. Meuniers boys fighting for their lives. The bold brigadier paying off. So he gets a 10 versus Galbrecht's 4. His boys weren't convinced about this attack, obviously. They'll re-roll the 1. They'll send in their 2nd battalion. Here they come. They're repulsed. They will halt, stand, and volley. So they will fire 1 CD. They move, so they will not get that extra dice for the large battalion because they're worn and unformed. So just 1 CD. No effect. All right, French. They stopped that spoiling attack, so just dropping some dice back there behind me in my little drawer. Okay, now for other charges, we'll start off with Ledru's boys as Senecal going in against these gentlemen that just rallied. Sorenberg's like just got his act together. Now here comes a charge. I got to read about the charges. They're in the flank. They can only fire forward because they're hesitant. Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to shoot. Probably a little turn to face. That's about it. So they go in hard against them. No closing fire. French coming in hot. Let's see what the dice are going to look like. Senecal's boys are going to get 2 re-rolls as they steamroll in there, and then Sorenberg's boys just 1 re-roll from that battalion to their right. All right, the French, wow, they get a double 6. So they're going to get a destiny roll. The Austrians have a 1 in 6 chance of pulling this out as they have a 6 and a 1 right now. They're going to roll their 1 with their reroll. Oh cow! They're going to lose by 4. We'll see what that does, and we might as well do the destiny roll now for fun. They're going to recover a casualty, which they don't have one, but they will inflict 2 CDs of damage more on those gentlemen. Or that opens up a huge hole in the Allied center there as Sorenberg is driven back. His lead unit retreats and takes 4 CDs of damage. They rally back there, and the supporting unit took 1 CD, and they are falling back unformed. Alright, they take 5 more damage. Sorry, they take up to 5 damage. They're back here retreated, and they have 1. And then the skirmishers moved in front of them, and their brigade commander comes back here. So does their divisional commander. He's like, I'm not going to be on the front line of this disaster. Alright, that'll do that for those gentlemen. Now we flick over to the next charge. Alright, these gentlemen, the cavalry rush forward to attack Hohenlohe's, I think it's his 2nd battalion, or 2nd brigade, excuse me. But the lead unit has 13 casualties, which I didn't realize. So they're going to try to form square. The 2 units behind them will try to also form square. And we'll see how it goes. Whoa, it's going to be horrible. These first guys are going to have a hard time because they're going to be saving it. They're going to be trying to convert the square as reservists. Von Best's 3rd Infantry Battalion is able to form square. The other 3 battalions all fail. That includes the 2 other line battalions plus the reserve battalion in the rear. Von Best takes shelter inside the square to try to preserve himself, and these guys will take the charge from the cavalry in line. I also believe when you try to form square and fail, you become unformed. So they're going to be unformed, and they're going to have heavy-duty casualties. So they're going to be rolling 4d6. The battalion behind them is unformed and can't support them. So there'll be no re-rolls, and then the cavalry will get 2 re-rolls. Actually, 3 re-rolls because of the cavalry versus line. Well, there's no point re-rolling that. That'll be 9 versus 3. So that's going to be horrible. Win by 7. So that unit is blown to pieces. The cavalry charge on, and they will combat along with the unformed 2nd Battalion of von Best's a brigade. This brigade is now faltering as well. Oh, Hohenlohe, getting anxious. Alright, that'll end the charge phase. We'll go into the movement phase. And Clanau up first. Alright, for French, for everybody's movement. The light brigades, both of them, Baptiste and Hennin's, both formed line, and then have reinforcing columns behind them. And then that's what they got right now. The Hohenlohe is kind of consolidating on this hill, trying to protect everything, kind of trying to reconnect with Mayer in the center here. I don't know if he's been able to do it. Nothing moved back here. Lecoq is just content to look through the trees at his forces. Cavalry will fight in the hand-to-hand. Those gentlemen moved. Everything over here was hesitant. Cannons, they're taking aim over there onto those Austrian assault columns forming in the center. These guys kind of just held firm where they were. And over here, they didn't move towards the enemy, but everything kind of changed into assault columns over here for Girard. There's no point trying to advance forward, and then Moore continued to pull back away, and just giving up the right flank and drawing back on himself to create almost like a salient to try to get some kind of orderly retreat going on. Wants to tap Hohenlohe with the rear guard, but he just got smoked. He wasn't expecting it. He'd held out so well against 3 previous attacks that he wasn't expecting the cavalry to come bursting through and start eating up his troops. Oh well, that's what happens in combat, my friend. Good luck. Alright, so skirmish fire, I'm not sure if we have any. We'll take a quick look around. I'm thinking no, there isn't any. No skirmish fire. Artillery fire, yes. Start over with the Austrian guns. 2 batteries from Moore once again will fire a round shot into the trees at these attack columns at effective range. They end up causing 3 casualties to Freycinet's boys in the trees, or Freycinet's. The far battalion is at 2 casualties, and the closer battalion is now at 4. That ends that artillery. We go to the other side of the battlefield where we'll get canister against Lecoq's and Ledru's boys. Forgot this battery's on artillery assault too. We'll go ahead and do the other battery first. They're going to fire into Hennin's light infantry straight ahead. Alright, they take 1 casualty and they go up to 5. They take 1 casualty, go up to 1, and they take 1 casualty and go up to 1. Pretty horrible. Thankfully they weren't on artillery assault, they got low in ammo too. This gun that is on artillery assault is going to fire into Baptiste guys with bounce through into these gentlemen. These gentlemen take 4 casualties, they're up to 5 now. They'll take a discipline check as line infantry, looking for a 7. Oh, they boot it and go unformed. Oh well, they tried their best. Alright, that will end Austrian artillery phase, flicking over to French. This battery can't shoot because those gentlemen are close, but these 3 guns will all fire on that lead Austrian assault column with bounce through behind them. They take 6 casualties. They're worn now. They'll take a discipline check as reservists, and there was no bounce through into those gentlemen from those guns. Oh, they love it as they get smoked by French artillery. That was a 24-gun salute. Good luck, baby. Oh, I forgot the French cavalry also pulled back here in the center. Just like a mass disaster out here. Awesome. Austrians emptying out. French getting ready to fill the void. This battery will, sorry, I'm filming the trees. These trees will fire. These guys will fire straight ahead at that lead unit over there. And boom. Cannonball comes out of their side arc and hits them, raising them to 9 casualties. That's concerning. Alright, and that'll end the artillery phase for this turn. It's turn 9, yeah. I was like, what turn are we in? We'll go on into volley fire. Over here on the south side, Hohenlohe's large battalion will fire straight ahead into these light infantry. They'll get the extra CD for being a large battalion that didn't move. That'll raise them to 6 casualties, forcing a discipline check as reservists, as Hohenlohe's guys continue to volley like there's no tomorrow. Alright, they pass. These guys were part of the all the fighting and stuff earlier. Charges. These guys tried to form square. They don't get to shoot. Those guys don't get to shoot anybody. Alright, we will get these gentlemen here. They're a large battalion who didn't move, firing into this attack column here in front of them. Well, the French love it. It's that fire discipline. Instead of getting blasted by a million pieces. And then no one else can shoot. These guys charged. They're too far away to shoot. And that'll do it. Alright, flipping over to French volleying. Rolling back this direction. We'll get these 2 attack columns. Both roll 1 CD against that Russian, or actually Austrian battalion that just screwed up. They choke and can't hit a darn thing. Sliding to the right, I think we'll get over into Henin's boys. The Drew's boys can't shoot because they've got a battalion in front of them that's in melee, and they've got their other unit there, so they can't shoot at that. So we'll get Baptiste's guys. His 1st battalion is unformed with 5 casualties, firing at that artillery unit with an inferior volley. Actually, they might be out of range a little bit. They're going to fire at those gentlemen right there. They put 2 casualties on them, and then this unit will do the same thing with an inferior volley because they are worn. They take 4 casualties. I also forgot these battalions are also hit by guns from Scott's table. 2 batteries at long range with bounce through. These guys are up to 6 casualties. These guys are up to 3. We'll now get the hand-to-hand up here with the Dragoons versus the infantry line. The Dragoons are campaign cavalry, line quality, and have Elan. If I remember correctly, there's Glory and Elan in play here. 7 dice for the Dragoons versus 3 for the Austrians in line who are unformed. Oh boy. And what a stand by those Austrian infantry battalion from Hohenlohe's boys. They see off the cavalry. The cavalry and the infantry take 3 casualties. Everybody's unformed. And the cavalry withdrawn back here deeper into the lines. But yes, they were able to stop them. And that's a great end to turn 9. We're going to turn 10, 1:30 p.m. It's getting kind of ugly, but there's still moments of hope for the Austrian forces under Klenau. And we'll see you in turn 10. Alright, it's time for turn 10. 1:30 in the afternoon. 13:30 for everybody else. Things are, I don't know. It's kind of sketchy. We'll see how it goes. All right, let's roll for a core orders. Clanau going first. Yeah, he didn't spend a core order last turn, so he's got everything available. He's got everything available except for the white dice. Let's go with McDonald, see what he can do. He's going to right away spend the white HQ dice and give a offensive order to Charpentier. So all the French corps now have offensive attack orders. All right, up first for the Austrians, 15th Division under General Moore. I don't think he has nothing faltering right now, but he's just got some issues as he's surrendering ground over there on the right. He will end up with 2 ADCs, and now we'll slide over into the middle with Mayer, who's got some problems. Does he have a faltering brigade? No, it's Hohenlohe with the faltering brigade. He ends up with 3, and then it's up for Hohenlohe next. If he gets 2 ADCs, he's going with us. Stand with me to get what's his name's corps up and going. Oh shoot, not corps, division. Von Bess. Mission accomplished. He ends up with 3 ADCs, 2 of which will go towards that stand with me over there. Let's flip over here to Lecoq and see how he does. Having nightmares that French person's gonna jump on here. That's actually Lecoq or something like that. And I'll be like, oh, I've been saying the C word the whole time. Good job, Steve. He's still enjoying Earth Day over here in the woods with 3 ADCs. Next up, it's our boy Ledru, rolling 5. Uh-oh, Ledru fired up with 5 ADCs. All right, moving on over to Charpentier in the center. None of that'll count because I rolled 5 dice instead of 4. It's got to stay consistent. Did that earlier with the Austrians. So Charpentier, one more time, baby. Really missed the dice tower there. I don't know how. It's a pretty big opening, but oh well. That's me. He's got 3 of the 4 so far. Roll the last one. He gets all 4, and then off to the left, it's your boy Girard. He's got 4 ADCs to roll. And he gets all 4 of his. All right, we'll flick over to General Moore over here at 15th Division, see what he wants to do. Rerolls on Baumgarten and Splengy. What's his name? Schaefer is kind of in position here, so he can maintain over here. But we got to get back in position with everybody else. So let's do those rolls, see how active he is. Bit of a disaster as Schaefer and Baumgarten both go hesitant. The center brigade will be fine, but that's already going to be an initiative penalty already for Clanau, which is, yeah, kind of sucks. All right, moving over into the decimated General Mayer. He's going to give all 3 of his corps a reroll, except all 3 of his brigades a reroll, except for the cavalry. Unfortunately, Galbrecken and Beck both go hesitant up front, and Sorenberg and Gissing both are following commands. Oh boy, no bueno. It's going to Von Beck over there, or Von Best is going to get this stand with me, and then the final we'll do Abel over here, and Furstenwather will be by himself. That everything Hohenlohe has got is following commands, and the Austrians, Clanau, will be rolling 4d6 for initiative because of the 4 faltering brigades in 2 different divisions. It'll still affect initial initiative, but Clanau is going to ride the line, and Baumgarten will be back. He'll lose his hesitancy right there. All right, Lecoq is going to, he's got 3 ADCs, going to give each one of his brigade's reroll. We're going to re-roll that because that was an absolute disaster. I rolled 4 green dice. So one more time. Once again, Hochbauer goes, he's come onto the battlefield, just shut it down. He is hesitant again. So he'll be active with Baptiste and with Bertrand. Alright, Ledru's counting on Senecal being out of the way. So he's going to do 2 artillery assaults, one on Senecal, one on Henin. Henin's bold, so he'll get a reroll. Senecal will get the other reroll. And then our boy Montbrun will be on his own. Montbrun, man, he shuts it down too. Him and Hochbar back here, the recruits, just chilling in the rear. No plans really. Don't want to get their uniforms dirty. Everything else is active. The artillery assaults are going to go off. He's going to try to start pounding up there on the Hohenlohe boy on the hill. Now, if I forgot to mention, Ledru spent his last case on to allow his artillery with 5 casualties to fire artillery assault. So he's out of caissons and CNC commands now. Charpentier's going big time. He's going to do a forwards, glory, and a reroll for, what's his name? Lièvre. And the other guys will be on their own, except Meunier will be a bold brigadier. Everything's active with their offensive order. They can start moving. The cavalry's going to end up somewhere, probably miles away. And then we end up with Gerard on the far left with 4. Oof. What are we going to do? It's time to send in the Italians. Forwards, reroll, infantry assault. That's all 4 of their ADCs. The other 2 guys are on their own. That fails miserably. Oh, he started off so well. Zushi can't get it together. Trying to translate that into Italian. And then also Simmer at the back is unable to get going. So that'll cause a penalty for McDonald on initiative. He'll be rolling 3 dice, take the lowest 2, and then Clenal will be doing 4. Wow, it was almost another CNC command there for Clenal. 3 6s and a 4. He wins initiative. Home run, baby. Okay, so yeah, that's just crazy. All right, here we go. Let's start off the turn. The only charge is the French cavalry here in the center with Charpentier. Let's see what his charge bonus is going to be. Really not enough to charge across the board. Attacking the those guys in attack column, probably not the best odds, but these guys right in front of them are beautiful. So boom, we're going to hit them. The Dragoons are going to lead the charge. These guys will fall in behind. They'll stay where they are on the flank. So these guys will, all 3 of these guys will try to form square. Beck was able to form square with his 1st battalion, kind of displacing his 2 other battalions who failed to form square. They'll both be unformed, and Dragoons will slam into them in the charge. Oh boy. The French will get 3 rerolls and roll 2 dice. The Austrian/Russians will get 3 dice, taking the lower 2 with no rerolls. The other brigade is also unformed and cannot support. Check, I can't think of square can support. I get that confused. Hang on. Yeah, they formed square, so that's their move, and the other guys tried to form square and failed, and they're behind them anyway, so they can't shoot. So there's no firing. These guys just come in hot. Right now it's a win by 5. You want to push it to win by 6 for the victory and all that stuff. So the French are going to try to beat a 3 with 3 rolls. 11-3, which is an absolute epic slaughter. So I think the lead unit's going to get destroyed. There is no support. They're going to charge on into the second one and fight them with Elan in the in the final one. Plus they're going to have glory, so it's going to be horrible. So that disperses the infantry. They charge through them, hit the next brigade, next battalion in line. It falters the brigade too. So Beck's in trouble. And oh boy, they'll do that at the end of the combat. All right, that's the only charge. Now we'll do movement phase. Austrians moving first. All right, after movement, with Zucchi getting confused, Girard's most of his entire offensive basically didn't happen. They kind of held off. The Austrians and the Russian units, so Mayer and Moore, pulling back, forming a new line as they begin their plans to get out of Dodge. It's not looking good. Now with their offensive orders, what's his name? Oh gosh, Charpentier's group boys are moving forward. His enthusiastic recruits moving their way to the front to get their time. These reservists are also pouring through the center from, this is a Zwickau. Got out of the way of the artillery. Most of Hohenlohe's guys getting into a faster formation to get the heck out of Dodge. And then Ledru and Lecoq spread out into, let their light infantry do some work. They will get hammered by artillery, but artillery is also going to be coming from down there as all the guns have kind of prolonged the fire up here. Also, some of the guns from across there can fire at these rear ranks here because they're over 12 inches away. So that's from Scott's board. So pretty brutal. Also, the cavalry moving into position to do another charge, probably at 2 o'clock. Take on whatever. Not going to let anybody go without getting beat down. Looking pretty insane. Woo! All right. Let's do this. Austrians first. I don't know if we got any skirmishers left. No skirmishers. We go right into artillery fire. This gun will fire straight into what's his name? It is Baptiste. Baptiste boys with grape shot. Nice. 3rd Battalion of Light Infantry goes up to 8 casualties, taking 3. They can take a discipline check as reservists. Go unformed. 2nd Artillery piece firing into Henin's Light Infantry. Bam! Canister. Oh, they'll also get bounced through into that unit. Lead battalion takes 3 casualties, going up to 4. Rear battalion takes 1. They go up to 8. We get a discipline check on these guys as line infantry. They go unformed, getting whacked by that. All right, those Austrian guns over there, they both combine on those that same Polish unit over there. That's not Polish. Blast them. So I did forget to roll the extra CDs for them being in column, but they're not going to re-roll it and lose their double 6. They do 2 casualties. They're going to force a discipline check on those gentlemen, and we'll get a destiny roll as well. All right, discipline check first. You're going to retreat and take 4 CDs. They take 2 more casualties. They run through the woods. Now we'll do the destiny roll. That unit will take 2 CDs of damage as tree bark and everything else flies over and nails them. Alright, they'll retreat back to there. They've got 8 casualties. They end up with 3. That'll end the Austrian artillery. Pretty devastating. Alright, this gun here. Gonna fire at those gentlemen straight ahead at effective range with bounce through. Oh, they suffer a casualty. All right, we're going to go for the bolt action like rolls. All 4 of these guns are going to fire at that unit right there. Oh, yeah. We'll try to waste this unit in 1 round. These 2 guns are an artillery assault. Very horrible dice rolling. Still, they cause 7 casualties and a discipline check. They're up to 10. They're going to save as reservists. They pass like a boss. Alright, now we've got the 2 guns come flying in at those back 2 infantry units They're both going to be at long range with bounce through. You know, those two long-range guns almost do as much damage as the other guns. They do 5, 3 to the front, 2 to the rear. Discipline check on the front unit. Alright, they passed that. That'll end the artillery phase. And now we'll go on into volley fire. This Prussian battalion's worn. They did not move. So they will be a large battalion with an extra CD, but firing an inferior blast straight ahead. They caused 2 casualties, raising them to 8. Technically, these guys are going to fire 1 CD at those guys, these guys right here. Caused 1 casualty. Alright, now we'll get these reservists firing straight ahead with 1 CD into that Frenchman. Caused a casualty before I walk over there. These 2 attack columns will fire 2 dice at this guy. Alright, they both miss. And that should end their firing. Oh, I guess these skirmishers didn't get to shoot. Sorry, they would fire at this attack column here with 5 shots. Those Grens right there. And they cause 1 damage on them. And that's the end of the Austrian shooting. We'll start down here. I guess both of these columns here can fire at the Grens, so there's be 1 CD each. Just a casualty on the skirmishers. This attack column will fire at the square with 1 CD. That'll raise them to 5. And then we'll get this French attack column will fire at that one, and that one will fire at that one. This gentleman will take 1 casualty. Scrolling over here, now these are the Austrian attack column, just took 7 from artillery. Now they'll take a full broadside from these guys who moved. But they are light infantry for the extra CD. It takes that large battalion to 13 casualties. They'll take a discipline check as reservists. We fail that and go unformed. Now we'll get this volley from another light infantry unit, but they are unformed against that artillery unit. That causes 2 casualties on them, raising them to 7. This unit is worn and unformed. They'll fire a single CD with an extra CD against that unit there. This worn light infantry unit will fire straight ahead at these guys with an extra CD. That causes 2 casualties, raising them to 8. Alright, all we've got is the hand-to-hand, which is the Dragoons against the infantry in the center that's unformed. Dragoons have Elan plus Glory, so they're going to extra 2 CDs there. This will be 7 versus 3. Last time the Austrians defeated the cavalry. Let's see what happens again. Beck's 2nd Battalion is ridden down by those French Dragoons, just like the 1st Battalion. Actually, that was the 2nd and 3rd Battalion. That disperses Beck's brigade. The rest of his boys flee, and that drops Mayer down to 4 ADCs as he loses a brigade from his division. Boy, that's the way to end turn 10. Going to turn 11, 1400. Messengers arriving at the end of this next turn from the Austrian command on the southern front of the battlefield. General Gulay and General Maveld. General Hessen-Homburg still coming up, but not sure. His cavalry did arrive earlier on, but so far the tone of the letters is not going well. Marshal Klenau is debating about getting out of Dodge here. Things aren't going good. He has withdrawn nicely, but now the withdrawal is the dam's going to break pretty soon because he's got French cavalry coming at him, French artillery massing on Hohenlohe, who was doing great, but just starting to break under the pressure now. He's kind of dying by 1,000 cuts, and that unit could have. They're about to go, so we're start getting more and more faltering units. So it might be time to pull the plug. But we'll keep going into turn 11. We'll see at 2 o'clock. Alright, welcome to turn 11. It's 1400. We'll start off with Clonow with core order dice. He won't be rolling the blue dice because of he's used it last turn, hasn't recharged yet. Alright, he'll have the white and the black dice to play with. We'll switch over to McDonald, see what he can do. He punts a little and gets the red and the white dice. Okay, let's go on to the Austrians won initiative last turn again. Shocked face. So we'll start over with our boy General Moore. Still has all three of his brigades in his division. He'll end up with 4 ADCs. Alright, Mayor in the center, who's now down to 4 ADCs after he lost a brigade last turn. Let's see how many he gets. He's saved by the double 6, ends up with 3, and then Hohenlohe, under pressure from everywhere, roll his 4 ADCs. He ends up with 2 ADCs. Alright, flick over to the French. We'll start off with Lecoq, who's got 4 ADCs to roll. Alright, he gets 4. Let me grab an extra dice for Ledru. He's going to need 5 ADCs. He'll get 4. Now we'll go over to Charpentier in the center. He'll get 2 as well, and then we'll end up with our boy Gerard on the left. McDonald wants to push hard on the left. He doesn't see much progress over there, so he'll send his red die over there for an extra ADC for Gerard. He'll be up to 5. Alright, Mayor has 3 brigades. He'll do 2 artillery assaults. Try to wear these guys out. He knows they're coming. No rerolls. Alright, he has just 1 brigade hesitant. Gets artillery assault on 1 gun, this one closest to us. And we'll go over to the center for Mayor, see what his brigades can do. He's just going for all 3 being active. I was going to do a cavalry charge, but having light cavalry in the field really helps when you pull back, decreases casualties. So keeping the force intact is more important than an insane cavalry charge against artillery. Everything is active for Mayor. Way to go, baby. Hohenlohe is going to go active with his 2 lead battalions right here, and or brigades, and over there. Only had 2 ADCs to work with. Everything's active for Hohenlohe, so he'll be rolling a 2d6 for initiative. Lecoq's just going to put everything into his cavalry, forwards, glory, and a reroll. Hotchner continues his permanent I'm on hesitant forever status. What's up for Ledru? Alright, baby. Let's see if Montbrun will stay with Hotspur and stay hesitant again for like the 4th turn in a row. 2 infantry assaults, 2 artillery assaults, sorry, no rerolls. Actually, you know what? I'm going to change that. 2 forwards and a reroll over here. another reroll on Senecal, and then we'll get a free Bold Brigadier reroll for Hunin. Yay, everything's active for Ledru. Alright, and for Girard, he'll do forwards and a reroll over here on Simmer. Forwards on Zushi. And that'll be all of his ADCs, right? That's 5. Everything's active over there as well. And now McDonald will get 2 80s, 2 rolls, 2 dice for initiative, and so will Clanau. Alright, let's see who actually wins again. I got pretty good odds of who is. Oh, the worm has finally turned. McDonald wins initiative. Way to go, baby. Alright. Let's start off with charges. I know the French have got one. Yeah, I'm sure that's probably it. The cavalry coming out of the gate screaming. Let's see what their forward bonus is. Alright, Bertrand's Dragoon squadrons lance across the battlefield, slam into that attack column of Austrians. And let's see how they do. They will get, the 3 battalions will all fire a single dice at the lead unit as they come in. Must be sheer panic as they miss everything. Alright, Lancers, Dragoons versus Infantry in column. Prussians will get 2 rerolls, one for the attack column, one for the unit next to them. And the Dragoons will also get 2 rerolls in their supports. Good starting roll for the Austrians. They get a 9. French are sitting at a 7 with a 5 and a 2. They're going to re-roll the 2. Oh boy, we're rolling the 2 again. Let's see what happens. Right now, the French are winning by 1. Let's see what that is on the table, and then the Austrians will see if they'll re-roll their 4. Would be combat unformed versus combat Elan. I got 2 re-rolls. Oh, let's try it. Let's see if we beat that 4. Or they tie it up. They'll just fight hand to hand equally at the end. The Dragoons will have glory. It's about it. Everything else will probably be 6 dice versus 5 dice at the end. Alright, time for movement. French moving first. Let's see how this goes. Start off with Montbrun's movement bonus. Pretty weak. Let's go over. He gets to there at least. He's up on the plateau. He's out of the rear quarter. Alright, Simmer trying to go through this hole here. See how he does. Simmer leads his boys out between the built up areas. And now it's up to Zucchi and the Italians. Can they do better than rolling a 3 or a 4? Let's see what happens. We're at the end of the movement turn. Girard's boys are on the move. They're coming out of the built up areas. Zucchi's streaming across the battlefield. Simmer's coming through the buildings, doing good. Everything seems to be going. The Austrians, they're just preparing to withdraw, I think. It's not looking good. They feel the walls closing in as everyone's advancing on them. And not a lot of movement over here. Just doing the gun line thing. Alright, we'll get some pictures and then we'll start the skirmish shooting. I think there might be a couple guys to shoot. I had forgotten to move some of Charpentier's guys. His cavalry moves forward, and so does Malruyere. He also moves forward with his, I think he's got the, oh, they're standard. I thought they were, no, yeah, they are they're reservists, sorry. I thought they were recruits. They're moving forward to drive them off. Quick fly around the battlefield. Kind of appreciate been a lot of movement. It's been good this turn. It's a bit congested, yeah, but it's a lot of movement, so it's working out really well. I mean, some of these Austrian move, this Austrian brigade has moved like 12 feet. Zucchi's moved pretty far. Most of the cavalry's done seesaw. They've gone over the same route a couple times. These gentlemen are way in the back. They've moved about 6 or 8 feet. Yeah, so it's going And the Austrians over here just been up and down, up and down. They got up to the high water mark up there in the center, and then they were driven back. Hohenlohe really hasn't gone anywhere, but he's doing pretty good. He was up against it the whole time. All right, skirmish shooting. The French Malraux coming down the hill displaced the end of the last of the Austrian skirmishers, good Grens. So that'll end skirmish shooting already. We'll go on to artillery. 4 French guns are going to concentrate on this battalion right here. They'll get bounced through into this one. It's going to be long range, so they're going to be firing ineffective. But there is a... Did he get assault fire on both of his? I think he did. It's going to be bolt action, like 8 CDs extra from firing an attack column and also firing with 2 assault fires. Then add inferior range or inferior barrage at long range, and then 4 bounce through dice. 2 fatigue casualties, and these guys also go low on ammo. Thankfully, when Lecoq's division joined the Corps, MacDonald got 2 more ADC, so he can fix that really quick. Ledru is out of caisson, so he'll reload him next turn. They did end up doing 9 casualties to that to the units up there, 6 on the front, and 3 on the rear one, I believe, which is decent. It's too danger close for the off-table guns over on Scott's table to fire in. The Prussians have closed in on with their guns in the front a little bit, so they can't be shot without hitting Allied infantry for French infantry. So that just leaves the final gun over here. Oh, there will be a discipline check too as reservists. Let me do that really quick. There was an 11 rolled in there. And we'll get an effective range blast with bounce through against those Austrians right there. And that'll put 2 casualties on them, raising them to 9. And the skirmishers won't get to shoot. They look like they should, but they did a forwards tasking, so you can't fire. We'll get a discipline check here, needing a 7. They will go unformed. Now we'll get these guns firing at effective range against this unit closing in. One of the guns will be on assault fire. They do 3 casualties to that unit and 1 to themselves with a fatigue casualty. Kind of fly down the battlefield to these guns down here. And these guys have 7 casualties. They're hurting. So they're going to fire canister, but get a column shift at these gentlemen here with bounce through. And Baptiste's other light infantry will get hit by another canister shot at close range. These guys have 8 casualties already, so this could get stupid. No bounce through here. Oh, they're still there. They're up to 11 casualties, 1 away from falling apart. No discipline checks, so they're good. That'll end artillery shooting. We'll start right here with French volley fire. These guys will get an extra CD for being light infantry, but they'll get an inferior volley for having 8 casualties. They put a casualty on them, raising them to 9. This infantry will get an inferior blast. They were unformed, so they won't get the 10 plus, but they'll get the 1 extra CD against that artillery battery. Alright, they put casualties on, 3 casualties on them, raising them to 5. They're not drilled or elite or anything like that. Like light infantry, they would consider them drilled. They'll force a discipline check on them. Those gunners love it. They freaking can't. They just are having a great time. All right, next one. This battery, this infantry here, light infantry, firing into this battery here. They are worn and they did move. They go up to 9 casualties. They're 1 away from breaking. They got a discipline check. White dice, stay hot. That's awesome. All right, next light infantry unit from Ledru, or actually Henin's brigade. They're going to fire into these gentlemen that have 13 casualties already. Oh, just enough damage wipes out another battalion of Von Best's brigade. They've lost 2 so far, and they've got a 3rd engaged with cavalry and melee. So if they lose that one, they will lose the brigade. Alright, these 2 line battalions will both fire at their the battalions in front of them, the Austrian brigade. Who's that? That's Furstenwathers. They both hit, but I technically forgot they both roll a CD for each because they're an attack column, so we'll do 2 more. Alright, Malruyer's reservists. Those guys are not an attack column. Let's do 4 single dice each to try to hurt the Austrians posing as Russians. 1 French unit takes a fire discipline, but they do 2 casualties to those gentlemen right there up front. Alright, it's time for the Austrians to shoot back. These gentlemen are going to fire at the skirmishers. They're firing straight ahead, but they will catch them a little bit. You know, you can only fire straight ahead if you're hesitant. So it will be a downgrade for firing at skirmishers. This large unit from Sorenberg's command is going to fire at this lead unit right here. Boom. They put a casualty on them. Now we've got these 2 units to both fire across at the units that just shot at them. Wow, terrible shooting. Those guys are in hand-to-hand. I think all we've got left is that skirmish unit up, infantry up there firing straight ahead. We have 9 casualties, so they'll get knocked down 1. And they do 2 casualties to them, raising them to, I think, to 10 as well. So it's getting brutal over there. And now we've got the hand-to-hand. The cavalry will be, the dragoons will be rolling 6. The infantry will be rolling 5. Dragoons will inflict 5 casualties onto those Austrians. They'll inflict 2 back to the dragoons. They'll lose. That'll destroy that battalion. That'll also disperse the brigade of Von Beck's faltering. No, it won't falter in there. Just, I guess it does falter. They run away and they're done. Hohenlohe will be dropping down to 2 ADCs, and it's the end of turn 11. It's turn 12. It's 14:30. A messenger has arrived from over on the southern part of the battle from Gulai and Meveld, basically saying that they've lost. If Clanau wants them to attack, they'll oblige with like a suicidal attack to try to help him extricate himself, but there's no point. The Austrians really were they came for this scouting run. They came in here to attack. They thought with their scouting, they thought they were attacking a smaller force. Ended up being much bigger than they thought. They gave it their best shot. They inflicted some damage on the French. They were able to sustain casualties a lot better. This army can withdraw. It does have cavalry in the field to support, but if they stick around any longer, it's not going to be good. Hohenlohe and the cavalry will try to support as everybody peels off, but they might lose some stuff as everything keeps coming in. Scott should be releasing his video of his game with Command and Colors today. It was pretty neat doing a combination game. We'll get into this more in our wrap-up video, and with all the casualties and everything added up, and then what it had the impact on the campaign. But it was great playing a divisional game of General Desarmées 2 and getting my coalition army that I've worked on all year onto the table. So I'm psyched. Alright guys, I'm also going to release my end of the year wrap-up video. I might do that first while this one's processing. But fantastic stuff. Alright. Hope you guys had a great Christmas. I hope you have a good New Year coming up. I hope whatever holidays you celebrate this time of year, I hope it went wonderful. Thanks for being part of this community and this hobby. And We'll be right back with wrap-up videos and then more polls on what the Coalition Command should do next in our 1813 Community Grand Campaign. You guys are amazing. Take care now. Bye.